Grab your coffee and wake up with the Daily Tips, Michael Jenkins.
I always stay away from the hot team in the offseason. Whenever you see everyone piling on praise, it just feels like a sucker back.
Can you dig it, sucker?
And Chelsea Messenger.
I don't want to lose to somebody dumber than me.
Yes.
When you're in an office pool with somebody playing fantasy football and it's somebody who just puts it on autograph, they're like, I don't watch football, whatever. I don't want to lose to those people.
The who? The her.
For the best wagertainment here on the BetMGM Network.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Sponsored by BetMGM. Make it
Legend? Wait for it. Dairy.
Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Here we go. It is the Tuesday morning edition of the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Hope you're having a great morning. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Coming up, we get you caught up on Monday Night Football. Eagles in L.A. visiting the Chargers. That one goes to overtime in 20 minutes. Notre Dame Complaint Fest 2025 continues, this time with a shot at the ACC. Oh, yeah, it's not stopping yet. Then it is a Take Tuesday at 6:40. And if you're going to stick around with us all morning or maybe come back at some point, the great Joe Theismann joins us to talk little Commanders, but also Notre Dame football at 8:20. Chelsea, good morning to you. How you doing?
Yeah, good morning. It sounds like some of these teams need an elf on the shelf. Jenks, are you aware with this new tradition that they have for kids to make them behave?
Brand new tradition. I do know of Elf on the Shelf.
When we were growing up, right? Did you have an elf on the shelf?
I don't remember Elf on the Shelf, but it's been around for a while, right? Like, it's not like in the last couple of years or something.
No, but I mean that, like, I don't remember it at all growing up.
Okay.
Like, it was something that had to be introduced to me because it's a new tradition for us. But
gotcha.
I don't know, it gets mixed reviews because some people, like, get really into it. And then some people are like, that's for bad kids, and that's for kids who don't know how to behave, and they need some type of disciplinarian in the household. But it's fun, and we do it in our house. Like, I don't go all out. But yeah, we have an elf. Her name is Bowie, and currently she is swinging from the chandelier.
Is she named for David Bowie while she swings on the chandelier? How did we come up with that name?
Blake came up with it. She comes up with, like, random names. Like, she always comes up with, like, these random names for, like, her dolls. And you're like, where did you even get that? So I don't know if she gets it from, like, these shows. Because I will say, like, the branding and the marketing for Elf on the Shelf is great. They also have the shows, which drive the purchases of the elves on the shelves. So we've seen all of the little episodes on Netflix as well.
I saw an Elf on the Shelf bit yesterday on TikTok, and I can't even repeat it. I'm like, what is this? And it was some dude being the elf on the shelf while in the bathroom. I don't know. I was like, this is not a trend, right? Please tell me it's not. So when I heard you mention that, I was like, is this something I need to be aware of? But I'm glad you're going old school Elf on the Shelf, at least over the past decade or so. Well, we got some football to talk about, but before that, let's talk about our bets from last night. Didn't filling in yesterday, or was it? No, it was Kate Constable?
Kate.
Okay, my bad on that. We'll go over that in a second. How'd you do, Chelsea?
Yeah, so I didn't love this game from a betting perspective just because I didn't think I could trust either of these offenses. So the hypothesis was I thought this game was going to be close. I didn't see anybody blowing out the other team, and I thought it was going to be low scoring. And that was the case, and the way that I played that was a same-game teaser. Chargers +7 and the under 49, -125. That was a win, and it saved me from some sweat because obviously you look at the final score, and I could have just played the Chargers and the under. But it's nice to have a little wiggle room. So I guess I could have had a 2-0 night if I would have trusted my instincts. But instead, we played conservative, and we got an easy win.
That's all right. A dub is a dub is a dub. As for Kate, she had the Chargers on the money line. That's a winner. Had Jalen Hurts over 29.5 rushing yards, had only 8 yards, so a loss there, and a loss on a Hurts anytime touchdown at +105. Early in the season, that was definitely big minus money, just not last night. So it is just a Tuesday. Chelsea, you're 1-0. Kate is 1-2. And this is the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Hope you're having a great morning. Thanks for being with us. Last night out in L.A., the Chargers taking care of business against the Eagles, 22-19 in overtime. The Chargers getting two. They're plus 115 on the money line, and the underhitch just barely. Total set at 42. We get 41 points, and the Chargers get going early.
Second down and goal. Herbert, wide open, touchdown, rookie. Omarion Hampton, welcome back.
Hampton back from injury makes it 7-0 Chargers, called courtesy of ESPN. Eagles go ahead 16-13 in the fourth when Saquon Barkley rushes for a 54-yard touchdown. He had 122 yards in the night. But L.A. has Dicker the kicker. Drills 5 field goals in this game, including a clutch 46-yarder to send this game to overtime, tied at 19. Hits a 54-yarder to give the Chargers the lead in the extra session, and that's when Jalen Hurts tries to win it.
Hurts keeps, throws, batted up and picked off. Intercepted, and the Chargers win the ball game.
Once again, Joe Buck with the call on ESPN. Hurts, his 4th interception of the game. The Chargers stay 2 games out of first in the AFC West. The Eagles have lost 3 straight. Gutsy win by the Chargers. My guess, though, is that today much of the talk will be about Hurts, his 4 picks, not all his fault, and the Eagles, who have now lost 3 straight because they look like they are completely lost right now.
Yeah, this almost has a similar feel to what Sunday Night Football was, where the Chiefs lose a game, and usually we talk about the winners first, but the bigger storyline is the team that played in a Super Bowl. And in this one, it's the team that won the Super Bowl. Like, if you told me going into this week that Patrick Mahomes and Jalen Hurts would combine for 0 touchdowns and 7 interceptions and 2 losses, I would have said you were crazy. Like, think about these 2 teams just a year ago. And I think that's the tough part probably for Eagles fans, because it's not like the Chiefs were absolutely dominant last year, but they still made it to a Super Bowl. But you look at this Eagles team, and especially with the way that the defense is playing this year, and hell, even Saquon Barkley had a great game last night. And it just feels like a wasted effort when you have a game from Jalen Hurts in which he even had a chance to win this game. Like, that's how good the defense was. When your quarterback has no touchdowns and 4 picks, you would think you don't have a prayer in that game. But somehow the Eagles stayed in this game. And I do think the narrative would be very different if Jalen Hurts did not throw that final interception. But he did. And so this is going to be the narrative moving forward, is that I think the Eagles are going to be tied to whatever Jalen Hurts does, because at the end of the day, quarterback play is still very important. You can blame the play calling. It wasn't great either, but overall, it was a very disappointing effort. Once again, from an Eagles offense that feels like they have not found any answers over the last several weeks.
Yeah, they're getting worse. That's the thing about the Eagles. Yeah, they're starting to sort of fall apart right in front of us. And don't you know, this whole Jalen Hurts narrative with him not following the play calls, or not necessarily not following the play calls, but not releasing the ball when he should, his timing being off, him not really following the game plan according to what everyone else believes it should be, just kind of doing his own thing. That's what we keep hearing, whatever that means. Even this week, there were reports that Nick Sirianni, in order to try and help the offense, was speaking more to his team when they were talking about their offensive philosophy going into each and every single game. He was being more hands-on. It didn't help. So all of this talk about Jalen Hurts not really being a fit, or kind of just being in his own little nebulous and not fitting in with the rest of the game plan, is going to continue. And the numbers bear that out. It is crazy, as talented as the Eagles are. And that's the one thing that I think everyone's trying to reconcile. The talent is there. I mean, we saw it last year. Talk about the defending Super Bowl champions. The talent is there, and yet by almost every measure, you know, whether it's scoring, whether it's yards per play, whether it's converting on first and second down, whatever the measurement is, the Eagles rank near the bottom, or certainly in the bottom third of the league at least. And I frankly don't know what the answer is.
Right. And then earlier in the season, they had bad offensive stats, but they were still winning games. And now they're not winning games. So, like, that's the bottom line. And it feels like a team that also is lacking when it comes to chemistry. So it does feel like, you brought this up the other day, it's starting to feel like that team in 2023 that got bounced in the first round of the playoffs and looked like they didn't even show up to that game against the Bucs. So I don't know what to expect from this team, but I will say this. The NFC is not an easy field this year, so they better bring it in the postseason. And right now, I am not planning on that to happen for the Eagles. It feels like they are still stuck in last year.
Yeah, the Eagles are a hot couple that just doesn't like each other. You know, like you look at them on the outside and you're like, wow, she's really beautiful and he's super handsome. Oh, they must have just the best relationship. They have all the talent in the world and all of the fame and all of the money and all these things that potentially you would want. And yet they just don't like each other. That's the one vibe from the Eagles. They don't really enjoy playing football. There's no joy there. When you see the Eagles play, does this look like a team that's having fun, that enjoys one another, or does it look like a team that's just kind of like grinding it out? I was like, yeah, we got talent. This isn't any fun, though. Like, nobody's having any fun in Philly. As for the Chargers, we probably should give them some credit here because they got a dub. Now they're 2 games back for the lead in the AFC West behind the Broncos. And our guy, Jim Harbaugh. After the game, Harbaugh is just one money quote after the other. And he said he would put this win in the conversation with the joy he experienced during the birth of his 7 children and also his marriage. And he was kind of joking, but kind of not. He's like, I'm not saying it's the same. He's saying the joy that I get is the same. It's like, yeah, you know, when I married Sarah, very similar to when Cameron Dicker kicked that 54-yarder. Very similar. But that's Harbaugh, and guys love playing for him, and the Chargers are in the fight.
Yeah, I don't know how much of that was sarcasm. Like,
I know.
You know,
it's crazy.
Harbaugh, you're thinking, this man really loves football. So this one had to feel good, winning this one in overtime, and especially when your quarterback is coming off hand surgery. What a gutsy day from Justin Herbert. I didn't have this on my bingo card either, that Justin Herbert would outrush Jalen Hurts by about 60 yards. Oof. That's the craziest part. Justin Herbert was the most effective rusher for LA. 10 carries, 66 yards. And usually you see guys coming off of injuries and you think, okay, this guy's not going to take off and run because he's probably going to be cautious. No, Justin Herbert was full steam out there. So I understand he wasn't 100%, and they did have some injuries on the offensive line. But at the end of the day, a win is a win is a win. And, you know, both these defenses played really well because some of these turnovers, maybe you can credit the Chargers and say, okay, you know, they forced Jalen Hurts into making some bad decisions. I don't know. Maybe that's a little questionable, but still the defense for the Chargers all season long has been one of the best at limiting those big plays. And they were good in the red zone too. So the Chargers defense certainly deserves credit for keeping them in this game because it's not like Justin Herbert really lit up the stat sheet through the air, only 139 yards passing and 12 of 26. But, you know, this time of year, it's survive and advance. So I think that was the thing. It's like whoever came away with the win, like you don't need style points in the NFL. That's for college.
Yes, that's right. Style points exclusively for the college game. Also, people are going to be talking about this today. Did you see the Laura Rutledge interview with Justin Herbert right after the game where Laura, of course, working for ESPN, ABC, trying to track down Justin Herbert, and he really didn't want to talk. He said, I really want to enjoy this with my teammates, and then eventually stopped, talked very quickly with her, and someone said, this is just incredibly rude. And I kind of thought, I understand that is your responsibility when you're in the NFL and when you're the quarterback. But I think this is a little more nuanced because if you know Justin Herbert, the person, he really, really does not like the spotlight that comes with this job. I understand that's part of it, and there is responsibility there. But he himself, this is very much in line with who he is.
Right, but it's Monday Night Football, and, like, she's the reporter for the broadcast. Like, this is nothing new, and you're the quarterback of the team. Like, he's not an offensive lineman. So it's not like this probably snuck up on him. Like, just give your standard answers. Like, that's the thing. Like, in life as an adult, there are certain battles that sometimes you just leave it on the table. You're like, listen, it's not worth the struggle. Who cares? Let's just get, you know, this question going, and I'll give you some standard answers because nobody's going to fault him for that. If he just gave her some short answers, you know, he did his job. He's here so he doesn't get fined. So I understand that he is introverted and he's not big on the media. But at the end of the day, you're the quarterback for the winning team in a primetime NFL game. And this is how you get paid because these games are on national TV.
No, I get that. And you're right. I just think I see someone who is uncomfortable. I know a lot of people see rude. I see someone who is really uncomfortable in that moment. And he does have that responsibility. There's no question about it. But knowing him and knowing how introverted he is, this is just, I think it just makes him feel awkward. And because of that awkwardness, it can come off as aloof or rude or unappreciative or not understanding the moment. I think he does, but he's just, I get it though. 30 seconds. Hey, one game at a time. Great win for us. Credit to the defense. You could probably do that. Coming next on the show, the Irish lashed out after not making the college football playoff, and they are not done yet. That's Chelsea. I'm Jenks. It is a Tuesday here on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Come on back.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back to the show. It is a Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Thanks for being with us. Michael Jenkins, she is Chelsea Messenger. Great to have the whole crew back. Coming up here on the show, luck of the Irish. Not in college football in 2025. Can I tell you how lucky I am this morning? I need to go gamble. It's going to be a good week. That's the hope. I got out of my lift this morning, and I was walking. I was pretty early for me, walking into the building, and I'm just like, I don't know what I'm doing. And I'm like, wait, where's your computer? Where's your computer bag? Oh, God, the hair standing up on my arm. I'm like, you left it in the lift? Oh, this has, I guess the only computer I have. It has all of my commander's credentials. I'm like, this is, oh my God. And thank you, Jesus. I called the Lyft driver. I texted him first. And, of course, I'm on the app trying to figure out how to do this because this isn't something that people do on a regular basis, at least. And so texted him, called him. He picked right up. And I was like, I'm so sorry you just dropped me off. Could you please just run back by? My bag's in the back seat. I'll give you a really nice tip. I'd appreciate it. He's like, yeah, no problem. 5 minutes later, pulls right up. Oh, God. So lucky. So lucky. If he had driven off, not answered the phone, I'm out. I got to buy a new computer and then go through the whole process of trying to get into Northwest Stadium, go back out to Ashburn, all that nonsense. I'm really lucky. This is the day when you say, ooh, now I got to go hit the tables because luck is on my side. That's all I need. It's just a little sign, then blackjack it is.
See, I'm the opposite. I feel like I've already used my luck for the day. Like,
Oh,
I don't
really?
know how you feel about luck, but I feel like there's like a finite amount for each day to where if you're hitting all the green lights, if something good happens to you, if you find, $1 on the ground, that like I'm not expecting any more luck for the day. It's similar to when you have a really good run in betting where you're like, okay, I've won all my bets this week. When's the other shoe gonna drop? And maybe that's not the great way to look at life where you're like, okay, something bad's gonna happen, right?
Right.
But that is nice. And I will say, from a macro perspective, it's always nice when people surprise you in a good way. Because
Yes.
all you see, it feels like, is like the bad in people and how the world is just awful now and nobody talks to their neighbors. So it is nice to have your faith restored a little bit in humanity. And it was nice that was a good interaction.
Yes, it was. And I've been really lucky a few times. There's one time here in D.C., I left my phone, never got it back. One time in Vegas, I told that story. I chased that dude around and got it back. But most of the time, this is over a long period of time, but the last time I bought this phone, I'd had it for less than 24 hours, left it in the back of an Uber. I was like, oh my God, got it back. But the worst is when you're standing like on the corner and you're just waiting for the next car. Like, is that it? Is that a RAV4? No, it's a Kia. No, it's not. Is that a RAV4? No, that's a Corolla. And I did that a few times, but got it back. All good now. No worries.
But you've also taken a lot of Ubers. So
yes.
I don't know who studies actual luck. Because I feel like we actually do it a little bit on the show. With betting, we're like, okay, what's luck and what's chance? You take so many Ubers that I would assume that some of these people have to be nice. Because we've heard about all the bad ones.
Yes.
Jenks, I was actually thinking about you the other day because when we were in Florida, we took an Uber that was missing an entire bumper. I was like, this sounds like one of the Uber drivers Jenks would talk about. Rolling up to, commander's practice where everybody's coming in their fancy cars. And here comes this Toyota Corolla that does not have a front bumper.
Yeah, it does happen. Had an awful ride yesterday afternoon. I won't even get into that. But then I'm like, guess what? We spun it forward this afternoon or this morning, and all worked out just fine. Things have not worked out just fine for Notre Dame. Man, you talk about a school, an athletic department that is so unhappy. So, as we know, they didn't make the playoff. They've already called the college football playoff a farce. The Irish are not playing in a bowl game. And they're not done yet. They are not done crying yet. Notre Dame AD Pete Bavacqua went off on the ACC yesterday on the Dan Patrick Show.
Well, I would tell you, I mean, again, I have tremendous respect for Miami. You know, great team, great school. Their athletic director, Dan Radakovich, is a good friend. And all the teams in the ACC, great, wonderful universities. We have no gripes about any of the schools in the ACC. But we were mystified by the actions of the conference to attack, their biggest really business partner in football and a member of their conference in 24 of our other sports. And I would tell you, Dan, I wouldn't be honest with you if I didn't say that they have certainly done permanent damage to the relationship between the conference and Notre Dame.
What do you mean?
Just we didn't appreciate the fact that we were singled out repeatedly and compared to Miami. Not by Miami. Miami has every right to do that. But it raised a lot of eyebrows here that the conference was taking shots at us. And, that's just not something we chose to do. We wouldn't choose to do that in the future, and people might disagree with us, but that's just not something that we'd be comfortable with. And again, we have no problem with any of these teams. These are all great teams. You look at those teams, Miami, like I said, great season. They beat us. You think about Alabama, nobody's had more success in college football over the last decade than Alabama. But Dan, you follow this sport so closely. Everybody was saying that we were one of a handful of teams that could win this whole thing. Yeah. And now we have 0% chance. Even Nick Saban, nobody knows more about college football maybe in the history of the world than Nick Saban. And he said it yesterday, like, how is Notre Dame not in this? I mean, everybody is just kind of confused and perplexed, and we don't have good answers for the kids on our team, for our student athletes.
Are you going to reevaluate your relationship with the ACC, the overall relationship?
I would just say it's been strained.
This is such loser talk. This is loser talk. I am tired of the Notre Dame whining tour 2025 to wind things down at the end of the year. Like, this is Notre Dame's fault in that they want their cake and eat it too, right? They want to be a part of a conference in a lot of sports, but they want to be independent in football. So when push comes to shove, who do you think the ACC is going to advocate for? The teams that play football in the conference, of course, obviously. But Notre Dame's like, but we're Notre Dame. We're the Fighting Irish. We're your best partner. Yes, you might bring in the eyeballs and the financials, but not during football season. You're not a member of the ACC, and you're not the only school in the country who is aggrieved. I went to Texas. I'm not happy either. There are a lot of schools that can make a legitimate case for making the college football playoff, and those schools didn't get in. But I don't see any other athletic director or any other school going around the country saying, this is a farce, we're taking our ball, we're going home, we're not going to play in our bowl game, and this relationship is strained. Dude, that's part of the deal. It sucks, but you're not alone here, and you don't play football in the ACC.
Right. You can't say, oh, we're too good for the ACC in football and then expect them to go to bat for you. Why would they? You don't give them your business in the biggest revenue sport. Here's the thing. Like, this feels like the definition of crashing out. Does it not, when you're just swinging for people who don't even, have a part in your downfall? Because, like, the ACC was probably caught off guard by this. But, like, you're talking about us? You're blaming us for this. Right. Oh, here I thought you lost those games outright yourself. And here I thought you didn't want to be in our conference when it came to football. I feel like you play this quote, and 100% of college football fans would roll their eyes at least once listening to this, right?
Yes.
Like, Jenks, our facial expressions listening to this, how many times did we roll our eyes? Because it wasn't just one time, it was multiple times. Where it's like, oh, everybody who's everybody says Notre Dame was gonna win the national championship. And you're like, what? That has nothing to do with it. You have to prove it. You have to win the games that are on the field. And at the end of the day, all these teams who are complaining that they're not in, we've expanded the playoff. Like, there are 12 teams that get in. Remember the days of the BCS where there were teams that literally could have won a national championship and were undefeated? What was it that year that Auburn was like undefeated and they still didn't get in the national championship game? those teams have a right to be angry. If you don't get in a 12-team playoff, go home.
It sucks. I get it. And I was stunned that they didn't make it. I thought Notre Dame deserved to be in. And at the same time, it doesn't mean you go around on this cross-country tour and tell everyone how angry you are and how unfair it is. You're not alone here. This is a part of the process. It doesn't matter if it's 4 teams, 12 teams, and I think changes need to be made. There's no question about it. Because for me, this is a very simple thing. And this year it's different because they have to abide by these rules put in place, and I guarantee you we're going to see changes. To me, I look at this bracket and I say, are these the best 12 teams in the college football world right now? No. And that's what you want. You want the 12 best teams. These are not the 12 best teams. If they were, we wouldn't see a couple teams that are 3-touchdown underdogs in the opening round when you're talking about 12 teams. So were that to change, we would see more competitive games. And who knows? This is part of the fun, too. You have smaller schools like JMU that make it. So that's all well and fine. That's part of the process. We're going to see changes. But as for Notre Dame, unfortunately, this is where we are, and you are not alone. It comes across as you needing to get over yourself. Like, just because you're Notre Dame doesn't mean that you receive special privileges or you get special consideration or people should look at you differently. Maybe you look at it that way. And, of course, your fan base, which is huge, looks at it that way. But that doesn't mean everyone else has to fall in line and say, oh, but you're Notre Dame. And that's how they're looking at it.
Right. I think there are other teams that have a right to be angry as well. And for Notre Dame, who gets, it feels like innate credit, because this is the bone I have to pick sometimes with college football, is that we have these preseason rankings, and these teams who are the top tier programs year after year, it's like they're innocent until proven guilty. Meanwhile, you have teams like Vanderbilt who have to go out there and prove it. And week by week, they have to move up in the standings because they don't get that, credit just from the jump. So, like, Notre Dame's one of those teams that gets that credit from the jump. And then let me ask you about this, Jenks. The fact that Notre Dame's not going to be playing in a bowl game.
Okay.
This feels unfair to the players.
It is.
Because think about the guys who this is maybe their last football game and they're not going to play in the NFL. The bowl experience is still a fun one, and it's still one, more game to spend with your team. Now, after I see all of the players who opt out of these bowl games, maybe I changed my tune on this a little bit, but still, like, how many pouty things can you do, crashing out about this college football playoff?
Yeah, it is unfair. And I don't know. I don't know. Maybe you guys know the answer. Did they have some sort of a vote? Did the players vote that they didn't want to play in a bowl game? I feel like this was an executive athletic department decision.
It was a graphic made immediately. And we just found out. We're like, well, I guess they're not doing it. They're skipping out the Pop-Tart Bowl, too. They got all the new flavors this year. It's a bad time to do it.
And this is when you take away from the spirit of the game. Like, sure, if there's guys that opt out, fine. For every player that opts out who doesn't want to play, maybe he's going to the pros or whatever, there's going to be some guy that you don't know about unless you follow the team intently, and this is his final game in a Notre Dame uniform. And he deserves to go and enjoy the bowl experience and to try and go out a winner. At the end of the day, it's still a game. You should still be able to enjoy playing the game and going out by having the bowl experience. That's part of the fun of college football.
It makes me wonder what the future of bowl games will be. And I saw something interesting where I think it was Rick Neuheisel, who's been on our show before, suggested that maybe bowl season should be at the start of the year.
Mm-hmm.
Have you thought about that? Like, I think that would be interesting because here's the thing, like, for you and being a Texas fan, do you think Texas is going to continue to schedule really tough non-conference opponents at the first of the year? No. I feel like there's no incentive to.
No. Under the current system, that will not happen. Texas has already said that. And that's sort of the prevailing thought, which is okay. And I didn't see it as come across as whining. They're just like, there's no incentive. Like, why would we do this? If we're going to be punished, and I know people want to point to that Florida loss, okay, fine. But if Texas doesn't lose to Ohio State, they're in. So that's the way it is. I accepted that that's sort of how the process works right now. But moving forward, if this is the selection criteria, then there's no reason to potentially punish yourself down the line. So these big schools who play these huge out-of-conference games, non-conference games to start the year, yeah, it's going to end.
Especially at the start of the year, when you don't even have, like, your ducks in a row, when you have young quarterbacks. Like, it's less of an incentive, so it just feels like we're going to have to wait, until mid-season, until conference play starts to get some good football.
Yeah, and then it also stifles the idea that teams can be playing their best football at the end of the year as opposed to the first of the year when things are completely different. So that's another factor as well. Coming up next year on the show, we're going to continue talking college football and the NFL when we bring in Double D and D-Day for a Take Tuesday. It is next on the Daily Tip here on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back to the show. It is the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Hope you're having a great holiday season. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Coming up on the show, it's a Tuesday, so we're going to bring in D-Day and Double D and find out if we can expect some blowouts, perhaps, in the college football playoff in a couple weeks. Hear their takes. Chelsea, I didn't get to ask. I saw one picture. How was Blake's birthday party?
It was a smash hit. She had a great time. All the kids had a great time as well. And we had 16 kids, which is a big step up from like all of her other birthday parties in the past. But we had it at a gymnastics facility, so it wasn't at our home. Thank God. But they did little obstacle courses. And I think the main thing is that like all of her friends from school came that are like in her little circle. Because like, you know how it is in school. Like, and we joked about, when we got like the first wave of like people RSVPing, and when the most popular boy in their class RSVP'd, then everybody had to be at Blake's birthday party. So that was a big deal. And of course, this boy at school that she talks about all the time, but she says, "Oh, we're not friends, Mom. We don't like each other." But she talks about him constantly. And of course, he got her a stuffy, and she's been sleeping with it every night. And you're like, oh, brother, here we go. She is a ripe age of 6 years old, and we're already going with the boy stuff.
Oh, man, that's early. I was trying to think the first time I was like, oh, I like girls. And it was probably like, I don't know, late elementary. Oh, I take that back. Like third or fourth grade, something like that. I don't know. I kissed some girl under the table at like daycare or something, or like after school, I remember that. Something, I mean, nothing crazy or anything like that, but I remember that like one of those memories burned in your head because you're trying to like discover yourself and everything that's happening. So, well, there you are.
Yeah, but the problem is there are multiple girls who like this boy.
Oh,
so
no. Already?
It's kind of a competition. And it's like, okay, I'm doing this for Blake so she has a good time, but also, it's funny what shapes like your social status at school to where it's like, oh, she had a really good party. Like, I remember even in college, I felt like I had a lot of friends simply because I was one of the only people who had a car, in our class.
Oh, yeah.
So, like, by virtue of that, I had to be invited to things. So I am trying as a parent to put her in a good position to like, I don't know, like popularity is not a big deal. But you don't want her to be like a social pariah where like nobody wants to talk to her either. So it's funny. It's funny going through that whole process again. And I know at some point I'm going to be like, listen, this is not when you're supposed to peak. You do not peak in elementary. You do not peak in middle school, and you don't peak in high school. So I understand that boy who, plays quarterback for your high school football team feels like a big deal now. But listen, he's going to be walking around Sonic with his Letterman jacket 15 years after he ends up, not playing football in college. So just be careful.
You talk about status. I always remember this story from high school where I was, sophomore, and one of the senior cheerleaders, I'll just say her name, Julie, and she really liked me, and I really liked her, but she couldn't. And I knew it, and she knew it, but she couldn't get over the social status of it, the high school social status. You know what I mean? I wasn't some crazy, awesome athlete or anything like that, but we'd kind of hang out a little bit, and she just couldn't get over the mental aspect of, well, I should be dating some senior, some guy who plays for the basketball team, which I think she did, and she just couldn't get past it. It was so, like, even now, it's funny. I saw her a few years ago, and she was great. We had a good time talking to each other. But even then, I could recognize, like, she's not going to get through here.
It just feels like in high school, it's like a hierarchy where it's not like who do you match well with or who do you vibe with the most. It's like the most popular girl has to date the most popular boy. And like even at our school, we had that, and they dated for a long time. And now the girl bats for the other team. So clearly they were not in love.
Switch hitter. Talent. Cal Raleigh back in the day. Well, I'll tell you who we like on the show. Double D and D-Day. Let's break out the takes.
It's time for Take Tuesday. Are these takes hot?
So hot. So hot.
Or not?
You can't handle the truth.
And with that, we bring in the bearded wonder, Double D. What's going on, buddy?
Oh, the conversations. All right, let's get right into this. Chelsea, I'll come to you first. If Notre Dame played in the SEC or the Big Ten schedule, they would have been no better than a 3-loss team or worse. They are the most entitled football program in college football.
Okay, I definitely agree with the last part. They are certainly the most entitled football program in college football simply because they don't feel the need to join a conference. And then they point their finger at the ACC and be like, you guys threw us under the bus. You mean the team that the conference you didn't want to join? So yes, they are the most entitled program in college football, but it would depend on the schedule because nowadays that there's so many teams in the SEC, not all SEC teams have really difficult schedules. And we saw that with Texas A&M. So it would depend on their opponents. I still think they're a good team. Like, that's the tough part is, like, I want to crash on them, but, like, they were playing good football down the stretch. So I don't know if they would be, a 3-loss team. Maybe they would be. But all that matters is what's in the real universe. Like, we can't live off hypotheticals because, like, that's the thing. Like, they lost those close games. We're like, well, it was close. At the end of the day, sports is decided by wins and losses. So you can't complain about the games you didn't win. So I agree with you partly. I do think they're entitled, but I'm not so sure about, what they would do with an SEC or Big Ten schedule.
Yeah, I know I went off on this in the previous segment, so I won't say too much more here, but I totally agree. And this is a pitch-perfect example of why Notre Dame is thought of that way and why and how they think of themselves. Because we're seeing it right now. They're throwing a public hissy fit in front of everyone because they believe we're Notre Dame. We're Notre Dame. So I agree.
All right, we'll stay in college football for my first take. We got 2 G5 matchups. Yay. Inclusion. Hooray. Both those teams are going to get smacked. I think both Tulane and James Madison lose by at least 3 touchdowns.
Yeah. I kind of agree, honestly. Like, love JMU. They're a great story. They're local, but Oregon is just next level. I mean, look at JMU's conference compared to the Big Ten. It's just not close. And Summerall has done an amazing job at Tulane. I've always had a soft spot in my heart for the Green Wave, but taking on Ole Miss, I know the Lane train isn't there any longer, but they're just going to get outclassed. This is when the difference in conference competition and the difference in talent really makes itself known. And so we kind of saw that last year in a lot of the opening round games. I think we're going to see it again, unfortunately. So, yeah, I agree.
I think when it comes to Ole Miss, like, we've already seen this game because Ole Miss and Tulane already played, and Ole Miss won 45-10. But when it comes to Oregon, like, the only sabotage factor I can think of, because obviously on the surface you see this and you're like, duh, they're going to boat race them. Mm-hmm. But when some of these teams are playing at their home stadiums, and we're talking about, like, the month of, December or January these games are going to be played at, is there a chance there's going to be bad weather for Oregon? That's the only thing I can think of, because the only way that some of these teams keep it close is that we've seen in some of these games that are, like, colder, they have bad weather. Oregon is winning some of these games, but maybe not by 21 points, because you saw that game against, like, Wisconsin. That was 21-7. Of course, Iowa, and I do feel like Iowa is a step above, what we're going to see from JMU, but maybe there's a pathway. Like, I'm not saying that this will be an easy bet. Like, maybe it's a sweat towards the end when it comes to JMU, but it just kind of depends on, the complexion of the game. But I don't think that either of these teams really have a fighting chance to win outright.
Yeah, I tend to agree as well. And like you said, we have a sample size from earlier this season. Not always the same, but definitely sort of a harbinger of what we might see in the playoff. All right, Double D.
All right, I'm going to come right back to you, Jenks. Mm-hmm. In the NFC, there will be a team that goes 11-6 this year and miss out on the playoffs.
At first when I read this, I was like, no way. But also, looking at the records, particularly in the NFC North and the NFC West, yeah, some really good team is going to get left out. Just in the NFC North alone, the Packers and Lions, Packers, Bears, and Lions all have 8 wins. And the Rams, Seahawks, and Niners out in the West all have at least 9 wins. So by virtue of the fact we're obviously going to have other division winners, some really great team is going to be left out. Yeah, I think you're right.
I think so as well, because you look at the records now, like here are the wild card teams as it stands now. Seahawks 10-3, Niners 9-4, Bears 9-4, Lions 8-5. And so you look at the Niners, and right now they have the tiebreak over Chicago based on win percentage in conference games. So like there's definitely a pathway where, the Bears could win 2 more games and still be left out of the postseason if you look at some of those other teams in those divisions. The NFC is just tough this year.
Yeah, no question about it.
Well, let's do the same song and dance on the AFC side. I think both the Chiefs and the Ravens are going to be on the outside looking in come postseason time.
Yeah,
I think so,
the
too.
The Chiefs for sure, right?
Yeah.
Like maybe the Ravens is the only question mark because they can still win the division because it's not like anybody's running away with the AFC North. But it would be wild. I think we're all trying to wrap our heads around the fact that the Chiefs won't even be in the playoffs this year. But like it's December 9th, Jenks. Like,
yeah.
They're running out of time.
Well, that's the thing, too, is that at some point it's really difficult to accept that a franchise with incredible quarterbacks, all-world quarterbacks, and incredible histories and talent just aren't going to get it done because we give them the benefit of the doubt again and again and again. But we're not mid-season. Like, this is late in the year, and these teams are who they are, and maybe the Ravens have a better chance than the Chiefs, but I'm kind of like you. At the end of the day, these teams just aren't very good. Coming up next, we'll continue talking AFC football and decide if we still trust the Colts. That is next on the Daily Tip, and it is here on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
grab your coffee and wake up with the Daily Tips, Michael Jenkins.
I always stay away from the hot team in the offseason. Whenever you see everyone piling on praise, it just feels like a sucker bet.
Can you dig it, sucker?
And Chelsea Messenger.
I don't want to lose to somebody dumber than me.
Yes.
When you're in an office pool with somebody playing fantasy football and it's somebody who just puts it on autograph, like, I don't watch football, whatever. I don't want to lose to those people.
The who? The her.
For the best wagertainment here on the BetMGM Network.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Sponsored by BetMGM. Make it
Legend? Wait for it. Dairy.
Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Let's go. Hour 2 of the Daily Tip on a Tuesday starts right now on the BetMGM Network. I'm Chelsea Messenger. He's Michael Jenkins. Over the next hour, we'll start with the circle of trust in the NFL as it continues to get smaller with some of these perennial contenders bowing out. Looking at you, Chiefs. Who do we actually trust in the NFL? And we'll go deep into the AFC South, which I know, don't roll your eyes, but we do have some interesting news there because of the quarterback that the Colts are choosing to work out today. Then we'll get to college hoops because we do have some big top 25 matchups at the Jimmy V Classic at Madison Square Garden. And then back to the NFL for Teaser Tuesday, which, if I'm going to toot my own horn, it's been 3 straight weeks of winners for the teasers and Teaser Tuesday. So hopefully I didn't just jinx it. Jenks, I saw this story and I thought that I got sent-held, or, you know, like those fake accounts in NBA where they like tweet out these things. You're like, this can't be real, right? Because I saw this from Adam Schefter and I saw the picture. I was like, is that Phillip Rivers? Is this story about Phillip Rivers? Yeah. So according to Adam Schefter yesterday, the Colts are going to be working out Phillip Rivers. Yes, that Phillip Rivers, who has not played in an NFL game since 2020 and also signed a one-day contract with the Chargers back in 2021 so he could retire, is in for a workout with the Colts. He turned 44 years old yesterday. And I understand the Colts, you know, are down bad now that Daniel Jones is going to be out for the year. Riley Leonard is banged up as well. But I saw this move and I'm like, what are they doing? Like, can you put 2 and 2 together and say, okay, maybe they just want Phillip Rivers on the staff because apparently Phillip Rivers is coaching high school football in the hometown where Riley Leonard grew up. Maybe they're using him as some sort of a mentor. But, like, do you think he's actually going to play snaps for the Colts? There has to be somebody out there. And I don't even think age is the worst thing. I think the fact that he hasn't played football in 5 years, there's nobody else you guys could bring in. Like, when I was thinking of NC State quarterbacks or former NC State quarterbacks, what's the asking price on Russell Wilson? And so you see this, and for one thing, I thought maybe the Colts were going to say, okay, we still have a good record. We still have a chance. Look at the AFC. It's pretty winnable this year compared to other years. We'll bring in a good quarterback. But Phillip Rivers? What are we doing?
Why not just go after Joe Namath at this point? I know, like it isn't an age thing, but it kind of is. What's Vinny Testaverde up to? Is he around? Where is he? But also, who are they going to bring in? I think it is so difficult to play quarterback in the NFL. Honestly, I'm trying to think, could you trade for someone? Who could you legitimately bring in right now to lead up the Colts and have them potentially, and I think it's a big ask at this point in the season because things are trending the wrong way, potentially lead your team on a playoff run? And I don't know who it would be. Russ. D-Day says Russ. Let Russ cook. I mean, it's not a bad idea, but can Russ cook, or is he just going to, like, simmer for a little bit?
Well, I'd trust him more in the kitchen than Phillip Rivers, who hasn't played in the NFL since 2020. At least Russell Wilson had a good game this year. Now, granted, it was against the Cowboys defense before they shored up things. But, like, still, he's at least an appropriate age. I think maybe the only thing is that maybe the asking price is too much. I don't know, the numbers there because obviously that goes into it as well. But, like, here are the backup quarterbacks. And I understand, like, having a good backup quarterback for some of these teams is a big deal, and they're not going to let these guys go. Tyrod Taylor, Andy Dalton, Jacoby Brissett, Case Keenum. Well, I think he might be on the staff. I don't know about him. Joe Flacco. You know, there are several guys that I would go to before Phillip Rivers. So that's, like, the only thing I was trying to make sense of is that, okay, are they bringing him in to bring along Riley Leonard? Or are they bring him to actually take snaps?
I think that, well, I don't know. Riley Leonard is fine, but at this point in the season, you don't want someone with so little experience leading your team. I think Joe Flacco is probably a pretty good call. And I know it's easy to laugh at that and say, oh, you're going to go with Joe Flacco. No, but really, he has played at times on really bad teams and performed well. And he's been in the league. He is in the league currently, as opposed to stepping in and trying to shake off the rust. Even though I might have a history in Indianapolis, I think Flacco is actually not a bad call, believe it or not.
Yeah. So my only question is that maybe the Bengals just won't let him go.
Fair.
I understand, like, there's some of that. I don't know how many calls they made, but I feel like it would have to be a lot of calls for me to get to Phillip Rivers. And I guess it should be noted that they haven't officially signed him yet. This is simply for a workout. So, like, maybe this is just one of those things where, you know, they bring him in to talk to Riley Leonard. They don't actually sign him because, like I said, he already signed a one-day contract with the Chargers to retire a Charger. So, like, that's the odd thing, that it kind of feels out of nowhere that he's coming back after, 5 years of not playing and being a high school football coach and a dad to, like, 15 kids.
Well, and that's the thing, too. If he actually ends up signing, are the Chargers going to be like, come on, dude. Like, we held the ceremony for you. You retired a Charger. Do you really want to come back? It just goes to show that these athletes, they just cannot let it go. And I get it. When you're passionate about something and it's what you've done your entire life, you want to keep going no matter what. You still have that itch. And so I understand it. I just don't know if it's the smartest call at this point. But it's interesting.
Yeah, it should be noted that Anthony Richardson is still on the roster, because that was my first thought. I'm like, what's Anthony Richardson doing? But he's on IR with a fractured orbital bone. It wasn't just him opting out like he did that one game where he's like, nah, man, I'm kind of tired. But it's just sad because of the season that the Colts were having. And it did feel like they were all in this year. They went out and got Sauce Gardner. They were on this incredible stretch.
Mm-hmm.
And so it felt like a franchise that really wanted to win now. And then this move does not make sense to me. So here's the thing. The AFC South is kind of wild right now. And I understand it's not like the sexiest conference to talk about or division, I should say. Because listen, it's the Jags, it's the Texans, it's the Colts, and like the Titans aren't contending. So
right.
It's the Jags at 9-4, it's the Texans at 8-5, and the Colts at 8-5 as well. I think we can go ahead and throw the Colts, in the scrap heap, because it does not feel like this is the team that's going to win and win games down the stretch. But Jenks, of the Jags and the Texans, which of these teams would you rather trust?
God, I don't know. I think it might be the Texans just because of their defense. But I will say that the Jags are, and they said this after the game, after their win over the weekend, they're like, no one respects us. That's fine. They're sort of playing with that chip on their shoulder, and Trevor Lawrence is having a good season, and their defense is much better than you might anticipate. And I thought, well, maybe there's some value on the Texans here based on the games remaining, right? Because the Jags are minus 165 to win the South. The Texans are plus 150. But if you look at the schedule remaining, the Jags have the Jets, Broncos, Colts, Titans. The Texans have Cards, Raiders, Chargers, Colts. So there's no real advantage for the Texans there. Although I will say C.J. Stroud has gotten better, playing awesome football right now, and that defense is so locked down. When you have a defense that good, you can beat anybody.
Yeah, they're going to be in a lot of games, the Texans that we're talking about. The Jags almost feel like the Falcons to me, where no matter how good they look week to week, like if they have a game where they look amazing, because last game, Trevor Lawrence was making some good throws, and people are like, whoa, Trevor Lawrence actually good?
Right.
But I feel like they're a team that's fully capable of losing to some of those bad teams. Like, doesn't that feel like the complexion of the Jags? Is that like they'll beat a good team one week and look amazing, and the next week Trevor Lawrence will look like, a comedy show and like throw these picks and like have these boneheaded decisions. So it just does not feel like a team that I'd want to trust, especially at minus 165. So I think maybe the Texans are worth a sprinkle at plus 150, but I don't think I'm going to be betting on the AFC South. Like, it just doesn't feel like one of those bets that like I have to make.
Right.
Jenks, file this under funny.
Okay.
The Browns posted this story with an interesting song underneath on Instagram. So the Browns have named Shedeur Sanders quarterback 1 for the rest of the season. And you know the song that they put on their Instagram? Too Little Too Late by JoJo. The rare
really?
self-own from the team's social media account.
Oh, that's funny. Also, great song, by the way. That's a throwback right there, JoJo. Didn't she used to date Freddie Adu back in the day? I think I remember that.
Oh,
that was a big thing. Was that true?
That's a deep cut.
Yeah.
2 deep cuts.
Yeah. How about that? I would say that, this is exactly, I think they knew exactly what they're doing. Like, I sort of love when teams are self-aware. It's like, okay, this will be funny. What else have they got to lose outside of their social media team having a little fun and saying, yeah, maybe we should have done this sooner. But this will be fun. So good on them.
Do you think too little too late for the Browns?
Yes. Yes.
I just see this much over.
I just hope that we can finally dismiss the idea that there's been some sort of ongoing conspiracy against Shedeur. Also, look at our graphic right now. I love this. Browns to reach the playoffs. Yes! 80-1. That's a large yes. 80-1 to reach playoffs. They're not reaching the playoffs. But as I've always said, let me tell you something. If you think there is a conspiracy against Shedeur, you don't know the NFL. If you can play quarterback in the National Football League and you're good at it, and particularly if you're the Cleveland Browns, you're going to play. Guaranteed. There is too much money to be made. There is too much at stake. So I understand maybe it took longer than Browns fans wanted. And who knows? I think he's going to be the guy from this point forward, not just this season, but I think moving forward ahead of Dylan Gabriel based on what we've seen this season. But the idea that they were always going to prevent him from starting, I think now we're seeing was a complete misnomer. There were a lot of different factors that went into Shedeur falling in the draft and Mel Kiper Jr. losing his mind. But if he continues to ball out, he's going to play, and now we're seeing that.
Right, and he got his opportunity, and maybe it wasn't at the first of the year, but in the grand scheme of things, he finally got to play, and he's finally looking like he deserves that job, at least in Cleveland, when the competition is Dylan Gabriel. But as far as his play on the field, did you see some of the throws that he was making against the Titans? And granted, I don't think anybody was like watching with bated breath, the Titans and the Browns, but like this is the game that we had, obviously, because I'm here in Nashville. And I'll say this, he made some damn good throws. But here's the thing in the NFL. Those type of throws, they're nice for the highlight reel, but you have to be able to be consistent, and you've got to take away the negative plays. Because I think that's been the knock on Shedeur Sanders is that, he scrambles backwards and he loses a bunch of yards, and you just can't have that in the NFL. So, obviously there is a learning curve, and he's going to learn some things, but it does feel like at least he is improving.
Oh, absolutely. And look, he's still a kid. He has a handful of games under his belt. So you're not going to see Shedeur take the field, and even if he has a great performance, all of a sudden just get better and better and better and better immediately. I mean, he probably will, but don't be stunned if he has a setback along the way. Look at Jaden Daniels. Jaden Daniels had the best rookie season for a quarterback in the National Football League ever. And this year, he struggled. He can't stay healthy. So for a young quarterback in the NFL, it is never just, I'll play a game and then I'll just get better each and every single game without any sort of, issues or defenses adjusting, and then you have to adjust. It's an evolution, and that evolution takes time.
Right. And I think it makes it easier to trust somebody's trajectory when you do see the oh crap plays. Like, I don't want to say the actual word, but you know what I'm talking about. It's with, when you watch Caleb Williams play And some of the throws that he makes, you're like, damn, that's an NFL quarterback.
Right.
So even if he's not great straight across the line, and again, like he's had to iron some things out for himself. So I think people see a lot of that in Shedeur Sanders, maybe not to the level of Caleb Williams. But listen, the bar is very low in Cleveland. I don't know if you know, the history of quarterbacking for the Browns for the last, decade or two. But it has not been good. So Cleveland, all they're asking for is a decent starting quarterback because at least their defense is pretty good. All right, coming up next, time to talk college hoops. We've got some big ones today, top 25 matchups, including the big one between number 18 Florida and number 5 UConn. It's next on the Daily Tip presented by BetMGM.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
We're back. Let's talk some hoops. We've got some good college basketball games tonight at the Jimmy V Classic at Madison Square Garden. And of course, headlining those games is going to be a rematch, or it would be a matchup of the previous two national champions in college basketball as UConn takes on the University of Florida. Jenks, do you ever see a headline and you're like, oh, this ought to be good? So I saw this headline and said Dan Hurley had classy message for Florida ahead of UConn rematch. Oh. Because my first thought was, I bet this isn't classy. Dan Hurley's like popping off or something.
I bet it's not.
But then I was very disappointed because it was a classy message. Because apparently before tonight's game, he rewatched the matchup between Florida and UConn because I believe Florida last year knocked UConn out of March Madness. So he rewatched that game and he said, it didn't make me too sad. It made me realize how worthy of a champion Florida was. Oh, wow. So he was watching the tape and he was just saying that how talented, and how gritty. And you saw that. And there's a reason that Florida won the national championship last year. It's just, I was expecting something totally different. Now, once the game gets started, maybe we'll see the Dan Hurley that we normally see. But this is not what I was expecting.
Yeah, that's not like him at all. I was like, wow. Dan Hurley just classy. Being contrite and being, complimentary. But you're right. Once the game gets underway, then it's over. Like, what was it last year? Where was he when he was walking off the court and some fan was talking to him? He's like, 2 rings, 2 titles. Like, he was talking to a fan, and you hardly ever see that, like a coach engaging with a fan who's talking smack, because of course some college kid is going to talk smack, and Dan Hurley was more than willing to engage. So that's a little surprising from him.
Yeah, remember that time where he was like popping off in like the hallway, and then the school was like, how dare you video him in the hallway? Right. That's a sacred place and you shouldn't be filming him. How about your adult head coach acts like an adult, and that way you don't have this problem?
He's it's not the same. He has a different personality, but I would imagine his players in some way love that. It's like looking at Jim Harbaugh, where you're like, look, this guy's a little off. He's a little crazy, but he loves the sport and I love playing for him. And I kind of feel like that's how the players look at it, because there's no question when you recruit as well as he recruits and you win as much as he wins, and Jim Harbaugh's done the same thing even back in college at Michigan when he was recruiting and winning. Sometimes those guys who are a little off, as long as they love the game as much as they love the game and they're able to translate to you and resonate with you in that way, then you'll be like, yeah, he's a weirdo, but he's our weirdo.
Right, especially when you win national championships. That helps a lot. I was going to ask you, how much longer do you think we see this type of personality for head coaches? Because I feel like this used to be a thing in the past where we saw a lot of I don't want to call them psycho, but the type of head coaches that I'm talking about, like yes. Bobby Knight throwing chairs and really intense head coaches. And we especially saw this in football. Like every single football movie, it was like a coach screaming at kids. Mm-hmm. And now I feel like it just doesn't play as well because now the kids have more power with NIL deals. Yeah. And you kind of have to coddle some of these personalities. So that's why I think, Dan Hurley's kind of a wild card in sports right now, because we just don't see that many of those type of personalities, or at least not the top of my head. I can't think of that many.
I mean, Bobby Knight, it's amazing what he got away with back in the day. You could never do that now. Ever. I met Bobby Knight and interviewed him years ago, and it hit me why he was so intimidating. And he could also be very charming, which was interesting, right? You see that sometimes with these guys who are maniacs at the same time. They seem like psychopaths on one level, and then you meet them sometimes, and they're very charming as well. But he was a huge guy. He was a really big guy. Like, maybe I'm making this up, but I couldn't believe what a large individual he was. So I'm like, yeah, now I get it, because A, you can obviously go off at any time, and then B, your physical presence is intimidating, and that's something I didn't account for. But yes, in today's day and age, you obviously have to be careful because everything is on video and times have changed. So I don't know if society is long for these old school guys who just are so hot-headed and lose it at any second. In fact, they stand out more than they ever have because they're so rare now.
Yeah, and then kids will just be like, okay, see you later. I'm going to the
Right,
transfer
I'm out.
portal. You want to yell at me? Okay, bye. Because now it feels like the template for like coaches is like young, really smart, like charismatic, and like the player. Like I think of like Sean McVay.
Yeah.
Those type of coaches who are now like the it type of coach. And like everybody's looking for like the next Sean McVay. And we had like this influx of like really young, really smart, really talented head coaches where it was like Matt LaFleur, obviously Sean McVay. And I think people thought like Mike McDaniel would be next, but that experiment is not working out. But even if you look at college basketball, it feels like Todd Golden fits that bill. He's only 40 years old, Jenks, and he's coming off winning a national championship.
Yeah, that's the crazy thing is that you have these up-and-comers, and that's more of a trend, I think, where you're seeing a trust in guys who don't necessarily have that old-school mentality or been around forever. But I think I think it's very much representative of where we are because when things change as rapidly as they do in the college game with NIL, you have to have people who think quickly and who are able to evolve quickly and aren't so set in their ways. You can't be set in your ways. You have to evolve or die. And generally, who does that better than anyone? People who are younger.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, so let's get to this game because it is a big one. UConn and Florida going toe-to-toe. UConn 4.5-point favorites this game at Madison Square Garden, which obviously is a lot closer for UConn than Florida. But still, it is a neutral court. The line of this game, I think I just mentioned it, 4.5. Jenks, when I look at this game, it feels to me almost like a buy low spot on Florida because you look at the Gators so far this season, they already have 3 losses. But a lot of them were really close. Like their first game of the season, they lost to now number 1 Arizona, 93-87 on a neutral court. And then they're coming off a heartbreaker where they went toe-to-toe with Duke and lost that game by 1 point, 67-66. Now that loss against TCU, I don't know what happened there. They lost 84-80, to TCU, and that was a bad loss. But this is still a very talented Florida team. And I understand that like UConn's really solid this year as well. But when you're giving me 4.5 with the Gators, I think they're going to have a shot in this one, especially when it comes to rebounding, because Florida has been really good on the offensive glass. The 4th-ranked team, according to Kim Palm, when it comes to offensive rebounding percentage. So I think that's going to give them plenty of second chance looks. I'm not saying UConn can't run away with this one. I just think you look at the losses for Florida, and maybe Florida is a little undervalued in this matchup.
I go back and forth on this game. I think the real key is going to be whether or not Terrace Reed Jr. returns for UConn because he's that big man in the middle, and he's had that foot injury. But if he returns, you're talking about a guy that before he left with that injury was averaging 20 points and 9 boards a game. So all of a sudden when you talk about that, that front court advantage that Florida may have because they're so long and they do have that advantage, then I think Reed can certainly mitigate that. I've gone back and forth here. I think more than anything, I like the under in this game. And I do think one thing that needs to be said is even though this is going to be at the Garden and it's technically a neutral site, this is going to be a UConn crowd, clearly, just because of the proximity. So I think that goes into the handicap as well. But UConn is one of the best defensive teams in the country. And when you talk about a championship matchup like this, I mean, this feels like a championship matchup, even though it's early in the season. I kind of like the under, I think.
Well, I think you can make a great case for it just simply because of what both of these defenses have done already this season. Both a top 11 unit, according to the metrics. So you're right. Both these defenses are really solid. And this is going to play like a playoff game or like a March Madness game because for UConn, I think this is their last like big non-conference matchup. Actually, they play Texas, I think, after this. But still, they only have a couple games left where it's these quad 1 category games where they can really boost their resume because the problem is with the Big East this year, it doesn't feel like a year where the Big East is just going to be really tough. Like maybe it could be. It's just to boost their resume for March. These are the games that are going to get them, the number 1 seed if they roll through conference play, and they already have, all these quad one wins. So it's a big game for UConn. And of course, Dan Hurley has no trouble getting up for some of these games, no matter who the opponent is. All right, so let's stay at Madison Square Garden, and let's go to Clemson and BYU. I believe that game is at the Jimmy V Classic as well. BYU has been a solid team so far this year. Their only loss of the season coming to UConn in a heartbreaker 86-84. We know BYU can really crash the glass, and Clemson's not a team that really has a true rim protector. But every year, Clemson feels to me like one of those teams that's really scrappy that people don't really think about. They're coming off a loss to Alabama, lost that game 90-84, but they hung tough for most of the game. So I think for me, this one, the issue is the line. I do think BYU is going to win this game, but I was kind of shocked to see 7.5, Jenks, because over at KenPom, which, is not the Bible, especially this early in the season, but KenPom has an E4, so there is a discrepancy there. So I think I would lean towards maybe Clemson getting the points, but overall, I do think BYU wins the game.
Yeah, I'm bummed because yesterday this line was sitting at 5.5. So we've seen 2 points move, in the Cougars' direction. And I love BYU at -5.5. That was going to be my play today. So I woke up this morning, I'm like, great, 7.5. But BYU is clearly a better team. I mean, this is a high-scoring team. They average 88 points a game, and there's no question that Rob Wright is going to be the best player on the floor for the Cougars. I don't know if the Tigers can keep up. This is definitely going to be one of those contrasting styles where the Cougars want to run, they want to control the ball, they're great at spreading the ball around, and then Clemson wants to force them into slowing it down and playing more of an ISO game. The thing about Clemson is they've got to hit from outside because they'll shoot a lot of long-range shots. They're just not necessarily great from three. So if they get cold at all, I think BYU can run away with this thing. But again, it's the 2-point movement that bothers me. Loved it at 5.5. Not crazy about it at -7.5.
Yeah, I think at that point you just kind of kiss it goodbye. You're like, all right,
Yeah.
it was fun while it lasted.
Exactly.
See you later. We'll go to another game. All right, so we have a couple minutes left. Any of these other games interest you? As far as top 25 action, we have Villanova at number 2, Michigan laying 15.5. Not normally a game that I would bet on. We have Maryland to Eastern Shore at number 24, Virginia. I don't even see a line for this game, so it must be outrageous. And then the other tight line in top 25 action, number 13, Illinois at Ohio State. Illinois laying a short 3.5, total of 157.5. And this is where I think I'm trying to think back to like strategy from years past, because again, we're just starting to dip our toes in the water of college basketball handicapping. But I think you need to be careful with some of these conference matchups on the road, because especially in college basketball, like, I know Ohio State isn't ranked and this line looks suspiciously low, but it's hard to win on the road in some of these big conferences.
Oh, absolutely. And particularly when you talk about some of these environments, which are just, some are more intimidating than others, but you also have to take that into account, where I think that some, in college football, for example, it's more even where the home crowd is the home crowd. But in college basketball, where fans are right on top of you, like playing at Cameron Indoor is a lot different than playing in other places. So that's something to always consider. I looked at Villanova, Michigan. I did look at Illinois, Ohio State. I think I like the home dog here. You're talking about the first true road game for Illinois this season. They played at some neutral sites, but haven't really been on the road this season. The Buckeyes play slightly better defense, and these are two very evenly matched teams. But in Columbus this season, Ohio State is 6-0 straight up, taking points with these guys, and I think they match up well with their guard play with Mobley Jr. and Bruce Thornton. So I'm going to take the points with the Buckeyes here.
Yeah, and that's my original point, is that you look at this line, you're like, Illinois looks like the better team. Or at least they have the better wins so far this season. But again, when you're talking about these big conference matchups, especially on the road, I think it's either a no play for me or you play the home dog. So I don't think I'm going to play that one probably either. But Jenks, how much are you into the weeds of college basketball right now? Because I'm trying to decide. I'm like, am I going to be betting on the NBA during the week? Or am I going to be betting on college basketball? Because college basketball, like, the only drawback is that sometimes these big name players, like, it's similar to the NBA, but maybe it's not because of load management. Like you were talking about in the UConn game, there's a player that may not play. It could change the complexion of the game. And like we really won't know until tip-off, like with some of these players. So that can throw a wrench in things. But at least it feels like these guys actually try. Like watching a college game and the effort level, it just feels like a different world than watching the NBA.
Yes, they do try. Whereas in the NBA, it's, oh, God, I am tired today. You know what? Load management time. Load management. But also, you ask me how in the weeds I am. I'm just now opening up the weeds and poking into the weeds. So just now getting there when it comes to college basketball. Yeah.
We're still on the porch. Making our way to the garden. All right, coming up next, back to the NFL. It's Teaser Tuesday. Can I win another one? It's next on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
All right, it's a Tuesday here on the show, which means we've got Teaser Tuesday coming up. And knock on wood, we're looking for our 4th straight win. When it comes to the teaser legs, I've won 3 in a row, Jinx.
Yes.
Wish I would have played some of those for my best bets because best bets last week were not great. But that's the thing. Like, we have a lot of prognostications on this show. And I do feel good, at least for the listeners, that, you know, at least there were some winners given out, even though they weren't my best bets. At least if you're listening to the show, like, hey, not all this advice is absolutely terrible. But if you look at last week, here's the teaser that won. Had the Seahawks laying 1.5 at the Falcons. Easy win. They won 37-9. Had the Texans plus 9.5. They won outright over the Chiefs. And then the Rams laying 2.5. They won 45-17. So I think that's like the easiest win of the entire year for my teasers. Hopefully they all can be that way. As I look at some of my plays, I'm doing all home dogs this week. Okay. That are getting over a touchdown. So it seems like one of those things where, like, you'd think, but the NFL, it's tough. You know, every week there's somebody who, like, ruins it usually. That's why I always phrase it, who ruins my teaser? Because usually there's some team that, like, lays an egg against some team that they're not supposed to lose to. But that's why we love the NFL. So we'll see about this week.
Yeah, well, man, I did not realize you were on such a hot streak. But that's why I mean, I can't give myself credit for your teasers, but there are a lot of times where I'm like, I don't know. I love that teaser. And I try to play devil's advocate like, okay, maybe this is the one team that ruins it. But I will say over the past month, when you ask me, what do you think, you know, which team is going to upend things, it's been hard for me to come up with an answer.
Well, I want your honest opinion, and I do want to hear the sabotage factors because, you know, like any life decision or anything that you're talking with a good friend, I would rather have a friend tell me, like, hey, this is where things could go wrong, as opposed to like, no, that's a great idea. You should definitely get married to this person that has 15 red flags. Not that that's my situation, but you understand what I'm talking about. Like, when it comes to good friends, they should be able to be honest with you. And I also think it's a good exercise in betting to always look at the other side because that's the thing. Like, the improbable can always happen. Like, I'm still reeling the fact that Ohio State lost to Indiana. Like, Jenks, I know you weren't on the show yesterday.
Yeah.
That's still crazy to me. And it just goes to show that, like, at the end of the day, like, execution still matters. You can be the best team on paper, but at the end of the day, you still have to go out there and prove it.
Oh, we watched that game on Saturday night. There were some friends of ours who were having a trim the tree party. So you come and you have drinks and you know, hang the ornaments on the tree. We do it every year, and it was great. And they had on that game in the living room. And so me and my friend Ty were just locked in. And at first it was, I want to watch this game, but then I really locked into the second half. And Indiana was the better team. They were just the better team. And I couldn't. Now, Ohio State and that missed field goal, like, we were losing our minds. Like, I cannot believe they missed that chip shot. I felt really bad for that kid. Like, oh my God, that is awful. But to watch it actually happen, like, I feel like we cover enough college football on this show where we all believed in Indiana, right? Like, I think midway point in the season, and based on last year and Cignetti and the talent he's brought in, nobody here thought that Indiana was lucky to be there. Everyone knew Indiana has a real shot, even though I picked Ohio State. I thought Ohio State would assert itself, and I thought Indiana had a puncher's chance, but I needed that reinforcement watching this game. No, not a puncher's chance. Indiana can win this whole thing, and not just the Big Ten.
Yeah, and now I look at, like, some of the spreads for these college football playoff games, and I find myself in the same predicament as last week, where I'm like, I like all the favorites, so somebody's going to ruin it for me. But as I mentioned, it's a Teaser Tuesday on the show, so let's go over my favorite teaser options this week in the NFL.
Chelsea is such a teaser.
All right, so who ruins the teaser this week? Because we've been on a good stretch of 3 straight winners. All right, so this week there is a theme. I am taking a bunch of teams that I feel like are some of the best teams in the NFL getting more than a touchdown at home. It feels too good to be true, right? When you're playing them in a teaser, you get 6 points in your favor. So some of these lines are tight, but not when you play them in a teaser. So we're going to start off with possibly the best team in the AFC. Going to go with the Pats getting 7.5 points at home against the Bills. So the line in this game is the Patriots getting 1.5 at home against the Bills. And honestly, I feel like this is a game that the Patriots certainly have a chance to win outright. So if you're looking at this line for a teaser, I'm going to say this game's going to be close. I think the Bills defense is fully capable of letting the Pats in this, even if the Pats don't play their best brand of football. And even if Josh Allen has 6 touchdowns. Like, that's the thing. Josh Allen went ballistic last week against the Bengals, but they still didn't cover the 5.5 against the Bengals. So first leg is the Pats plus 7.5 against the Bills. Next leg, we're going to go with the Broncos home dogs plus 8.5 against the Packers. I feel like the Broncos defense deserves credit for being so consistent and statistically the best defense in the NFL. When it comes to sacks, no team is better. And I understand that Jordan Love during Toyotathon is absolutely amazing, but I do think this is kind of come down to one score, especially if it's low scoring. Like, look at both of these defenses. So I think points are going to be at a premium here. I like the Broncos getting 8.5 with a great home field advantage as well. And then finally, this one scares me a little bit because we just saw this matchup and the Bengals won it outright. So the Bengals plus 8.5 at home against the Ravens. I don't know. It feels too easy, right? Like, the Bengals just beat the Ravens. The Ravens feel down on their luck. And Joe Burrow is back in the fold. So 8.5 feels like too many points to me. But I will say this, Jenks. This game was not on the board when I was making my teaser last night because the Chargers were currently playing. This is another candidate that if you want to bump one of those 3 teams, the Pats, the Broncos, or the Bengals out, you could put this team in, and I think it's a good option as well. The Chargers getting 10.5 points on the road at Kansas City. Do we believe in the Chiefs anymore? To blow anybody out? I don't think so. So I think that's a great teaser leg as well. If you want to make it a 4-leg teaser, be my guest. But are you going to take out any of the 3 original teams in the teaser and reinsert the Chargers in their place?
Ooh, well, it's not a bad idea. Chargers getting double digits. The only one that worries me a touch if I have to pick one, which I always say if I have to pick one, aren't the Broncos, like, at some point, aren't they going to have a letdown? I know they've won, 10 straight now? 11 straight? So going and playing the Packers, who won 4 straight and who are fantastic. The Packers are a team that continue to look great in that division. That division is amazing. But at some point, I can see things kind of going wrong for the Broncos, especially that offense, and they just don't get it done, and Green Bay wins. I kind of like the Chargers better at plus 10.5. Like, the Chargers have momentum. They're still playing for the division, especially if the Broncos lose against the Packers. And I just don't think Kansas City is that good, and they're certainly not going to blow anyone out. That's not what they do.
Right. It's mind-blowing to me that the Chiefs are still laying more than a field goal as favorites. Mm-hmm. Are we watching the games? Like, at what point do we say, okay, Patrick Mahomes has a great career, but at some point you have to base, your opinion based on the team we see this year. That's like when people bring up all these, like, historical trends. I saw this last night on Monday Night Football where they said, like, Chargers all time in Monday Night Football, and it showed their record. I was like, that doesn't matter. Like, those are totally different teams with different coaches and different quarterbacks. So at some point, you have to look at the fallacy of, like, some of these stats don't matter. So I think even if you want to play the Chargers outright, +4, or I guess not outright, but getting the points on the road, the Chiefs, I think if the Chiefs win, it's still going to be a close game. Maybe the only sabotage factor is the fact that the Chargers just played. Mm-hmm. And Justin Herbert obviously is not 100% because I know they won, but it wasn't like the offense was stellar. But again, it was a very tough defensive matchup going against the Eagles.
Yes. And also, to your point about these long-standing records on Monday Night Football or whatever, you mean when the Chargers were in San Diego, like in a completely different city, not only different roster, different coaches, different city, not even close. So, yeah, those things are interesting, But I definitely don't think when you talk about trends can vary in many different ways. Clearly, that's one of those trends that I don't pay attention to at all. I just think, historically, not very good. Over the past 2 or 3 years, sure, because there are those common denominators as far as players and maybe coaches who are still part of the organization. But over the long term, you just kind of say, well, okay, whatever.
Okay, so I just said at this point in the season, you need to trust your eyes and trust what you see on the field.
Mm-hmm.
Why can't I do that for the Bears? Because the Bears should probably be in this teaser if I trusted the Bears. Because if you want to put the Bears in a teaser, you get them laying 1.5 at home against the Browns. Like, they should win this game, right?
Yes, they should. I don't know what it is. It's kind of like the Jags. I feel like the Bears in the NFC and the Jags in the AFC are the two teams that you just don't believe in, despite the fact that they're winning. At this point in the season, these are very good teams, and yet it's the history that we can't quite get past. With the Jags, I don't know. I think it's just that it's Jacksonville for some reason. I don't know why that is. But there's not a long history there. With the Bears, the long history is, it's the Bears. Yeah, it's the Bears. And what we saw last season is still sort of burned in our brains. But they've turned things around so quickly. Yeah, Chicago should win this game. And it's really hard when an organization or a franchise has played a particular way for a long time to break out of that and to say, yes, but that was the past. They're a new team now. Maybe it's only for 1 year. I don't know if this is going to last. This is a different team, and it's hard to break through that when that's been set in your mind for so long.
Well, and also, like, you think, okay, 1.5, that's not that much to lay, right? The Bears have 2 wins this year by a mere point over the Raiders and the Commanders. And I understand, that was back in September and October. And the Bears are playing better football right now, but I don't know. Like, that's the sabotage factor I don't want to go. Because, I can see Caleb Williams, having this miraculous drive down the field only to throw a pick in the end zone. And then the Bears lose. So, I don't know. Maybe I'm being too much of a hater on the Bears. Coming up next, Hour 3, our biggest takeaways from the Eagles losing another game. Should they just blow up the entire offense? It's next on the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Grab your coffee and wake up with the Daily Tips, Michael Jenkins.
I always stay away from the hot team in the offseason. Whenever you see everyone piling on praise, it just feels like a sucker bet.
Can you dig it, sucker?
And Chelsea Messenger.
I don't want to lose to somebody dumber than me.
Yes.
When you're in an office pool with somebody playing fantasy football and it's somebody who just puts it on autograph, they're like, oh, I don't watch football, whatever. I don't want to lose to those people.
Le who? The her.
For the best wagertainment here on the BetMGM Network.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Sponsored by BetMGM. Make it
Legend? Wait for it. Dairy.
Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
And we're off. It is hour 3 of the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Coming up in our final 60 minutes on this Tuesday, we get started out west with the Chargers welcoming the Eagles and handing them a big, fat L. Then in 20 minutes, we're going to win. We bring in the great Joe Theismann. Going to talk about the Irish because, of course, he graduated from Notre Dame. Sprinkle in some Commanders questions as well. So can't wait to talk to Joey T. And then it's our best bets and the Dogster coming your way at 8:40. Also, welcome to our audience on Stadium as we stream our final hour. And we're also streaming on X as well. If you'd like to stream us, you can log on or just go to BallySportsLive.com and the Bally Sports Live app. Before we get to this game, very quickly, I do need to mention that during the break we were talking about, what is this called, Denton? This
Death by cream cheese.
Death by cream cheese. Chelsea, you have to explain this because now this is just going to be on my brain all morning long.
Okay, so we go to a little country church that has potluck dinners, after church once a month or something. So people sign up what they're bringing. And of course, I sign up slice and bake cookies because obviously I'm a really good traditional wife, which is better than store-bought cookies, I suppose. But people were putting some of these items, and I had not ever heard of death by cream cheese. And let me just lay it on the table. I don't like cream cheese. I think it's disgusting. So
Okay.
when I saw Death by Cream Cheese, I really wanted to like put the thumbs down. Like on Facebook, you can like react to things and be like, yuck, please don't bring that. But you guys had the opposite reaction. Like all of you guys were like, that sounds amazing. So I guess I'm in the minority here because apparently all of you guys would love to die by cream cheese.
Yes. That sounds awesome. That sounds awesome.
I can think of way worse ways to go.
Yes.
Way worse.
I don't know. Death by getting shanked in the pokey. There's one. Or death by cream cheese. I'll take death by cream cheese every day of the week. It was a slow death for the Eagles last night out in L.A. They've now lost 3 straight. Chargers on top of the Eagles, 22-19 in overtime. The Chargers getting to the Chargers plus 115. Your total set at 42, and the under just hits 41 points in this game. And the Chargers get things started early in the first.
Second down and goal. Herbert, wide open, touchdown, rookie. Omarion Hampton, welcome back.
Hampton returning from injury makes it 7-0 Chargers, call courtesy of ESPN. Eagles go ahead 16-13 in the fourth when Saquon Barkley gets loose for a 54-yard touchdown run. He had 122 yards on the night, but L.A. has their secret weapon. Dicker, the kicker from Texas, drills 5 field goals in overtime or during the game, including a clutch 46-yarder to send this game to overtime, tied at 19. Hits a 54-yarder to give the Chargers the lead in the extra session, and that's when the Eagles and Jalen Hurts try to win it.
Hurts keeps, throws, batted up and picked off. Intercepted, and the Chargers win the ball game.
Once again, call courtesy of ESPN. Hurts with 4 interceptions in this game, Chelsea. The Chargers, 2 games out of first in the AFC West. The Eagles, again, have lost 3 straight. And normally we would talk about the Chargers, and we will, because they gutted this thing out. And Justin Herbert was playing with a broken left hand that he had surgery on, so gutsy performance by him. But really, wasn't this about the Eagles and how they continue to sort of fracture in front of us?
Yeah, it feels like the year of the upside down continues in the NFL, where these teams, where you think you can trust them, the Eagles just won the Super Bowl last year. What is this offense? And here's the thing. It's not improving. In fact, it feels like their offense is getting worse. Some of this falls on the shoulders of Jalen Hurts. You're not going to win many games where you throw 4 interceptions and don't throw a single touchdown pass. But I think about the butterfly effect a lot in sports because it's crazy how one play can completely change the narrative. Because think about if Jalen Hurts doesn't throw that last interception. Think about if the Eagles win this game, because I think the talking point would be like, okay, you know, it was an ugly win, but at the end of the day, a win is a win is a win, because that's kind of been the talking point for the Eagles because, you know, they still have 8 wins so far this season. But now they're in this downward spiral. And here's the thing. Doesn't feel like the mentality is great on the sidelines either. So it would be one thing if this was a team that looked together and said, hey, you know, we're still a team. We're still together, even though I'm sure Jalen Hurts said something very poignant after the game and had some musing that sounds, you know, like what a coach would say. But still, it just feels like a team that seems similar to the 2023 squad that we saw that had all the talent in the world, but just something wasn't right. Where they go on the road, or excuse me, I think they went on the road in the playoffs and they lost in the first round to the Bucs, and it just looked like they didn't even get off the bus. So this is a team that's getting harder and harder to believe in, despite their record and despite the fact that they just won a Super Bowl last year.
Do you want to hear the clickbait headline of the day? Here you go. You talk about overreactions. This is from For the Win. Is it time for the Eagles to bench Jalen Hurts for Tanner McKee?
All right.
Okay.
Come on.
Okay. All right. Let's pump the brakes on that just a little bit. What are you doing? I'm not clicking on that article, by the way. I refuse to give into that. That's stupid. That is stupid. That's
Well, here's
the
the
worst
thing.
of sports journalism.
Jalen Hurts had one of his worst games of his career last night.
Yes.
I will hand you that. But what do we think the ceiling is for this Eagles team with Tanner McKee? Like, do we think this is a team that has a chance? Like, that's the thing. You either live or die by Jalen Hurts, but, like, you're not going to take the other option.
Right.
Like, come on, man. Like, I know Jalen Hurts, again, it feels like he almost cost him this game, almost by himself, but still, this is not the answer.
It's not even close to being in the atmosphere of considerations here. There are a lot of things that need to be done for the Eagles, okay? They need to regroup. They need to figure out who they are. If they have to have the whole, we're going to close the locker room doors and lock them up and have an honest conversation and talk to one another and figure things out, okay. If Nick Sirianni needs to continue to embed himself or be a bigger part of the offense, which he was this week, fine. It didn't necessarily look great. But, yeah, this isn't even a consideration. Jalen Hurts is your quarterback. He's a Super Bowl MVP. You're the defending Super Bowl champions. And, by the way, despite this losing streak, they're still very likely going to win the division. Like, the Cowboys have an outside shot here. But as we've seen before, we saw this, 2-3 years ago, where the Eagles have the talent, and if they get on the same page, they can put it together and make a run. I don't think that's going to happen, but the talent is there, no question about it. Jalen Hurts is your quarterback. So what you have to do is say, where are our issues? And we sort of see these sort of leak out through the media. And Jalen isn't playing within the offense or isn't releasing the ball when he should, and A.J. Brown isn't happy. I don't know if he's the de facto spokesperson for the guys who are frustrated. Regardless, there is still time for Philly to work things out and to get in the playoffs and make a run. I'm doubtful that will happen, but the talent is there. Look at the odds right now. To win the NFC East, they're almost minus 1,100. They're going to win the division. So they're in the very fortunate position to be playing bad football, and yet the division is so bad, they're still going to make the playoffs.
Right. But the difference this year is that the NFC is really tough. Like we were talking about it earlier, there's a chance that a team wins 11 games this year and doesn't make the playoffs. So whatever seed they draw, in the NFC, it's not going to be some slouch team. It's going to be, the Niners. It's going to be the Lions or the Bears. So it's one of these teams that has had a really great season, or hell, even the Seahawks. Who wants to go against them in the first round? I certainly wouldn't. So it's one of those things where if they were making adjustments, because the offense has been an issue for quite some time, and if they were getting better, I would say, okay, maybe you hold out faith for this team.
Yeah.
But the thing is, they continue to not make adjustments, and nothing looks different. That's the thing with good coaches and good teams, is that if they have a problem, they know how to fix it. But right now, feels like the Eagles don't know how to fix anything on the offense.
No, they really don't. They're sort of broken right now, which is why Sirianni has tried to get involved. But last night was, and the thing is, you have to be frustrated because the Eagles, you had your chances. Jalen Hurts just picked a wrong time to have one of his worst games as an Eagle. One of those interceptions was not his fault, and also he had 2 turnovers on one play where he throws the pick, and then he makes the tackle, and then the ball pops out, and he's got the football. And then I remember the Chargers defense tackles him. He pops the ball loose, fumbles on the same play. So just a forgettable night for Jalen all the way around. As for the Chargers, gutted this one out. Justin Herbert, playing with that broken left hand, had surgery on it. 12 of 26, 138 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 pick. Also rushes for 66 yards, but sacked a career-high 7 times. So the Eagles' defense was an issue a week or so ago when the Bears just had their way with them. They tightened things up last night, but it didn't matter because they couldn't get anything going offensively. Still, the Chargers, 2 games back of the Broncos in the AFC West. And as Jim Harbaugh said, I would put the joy I feel right now in the conversation with me having my children or getting married. So he was thrilled after the game.
Right. And it's one of those quotes from one of those people where you're saying to yourself, is this actually sarcasm, or does he mean this with 100% sincerity?
Right.
Because I would not put it past somebody who is such a football guy to love the ending of this game. But when it comes to the Chargers, this was a gutsy win, because you think about the position they were put in coming into this game, where their quarterback had to have surgery earlier this week, and he still played in the game. And he wasn't even, that productive on paper when it came to the passing game. but I didn't have my money on Justin Herbert being the leading rusher for the Chargers. Usually you have guys who are coming off an injury and they want to play it safe, and for good reason. You know, in face of the franchise, they don't want to hurt themselves for the rest of the season. 10 carries, 66 yards on the ground, including, you know, some big ones in big situations. That's what we didn't get from Jalen Hurts. Like, usually we'll see something from Jalen Hurts where he's a good runner, but he just didn't carry the ball that many times, and he just wasn't that productive. So Justin Herbert was winning this game with his legs, and it should be noted that the Chargers defense was pretty solid when it mattered in this point as well. Like, you can blame a lot of those turnovers just simply on Jalen Hurts making bad decisions, and of course, some of that is baked in as well, but the Chargers defense all season long has been one of the best in the NFL at limiting the big plays, and they were great in the red zone last night, you know, limiting the Eagles to, you know, some bad looks and bad decisions. So the defense does deserve some credit for that as well.
Yes. No question about it. And Cameron Dicker was great for the Chargers last night. Give him full credit there. I mean, just one clutch kick after the other. I know it's not exciting to talk about kickers, but, man, he's been automatic for the Chargers. And when you can't punch it in and when the opposing defense is playing well, guys like that end up being the difference. He was the difference in that game. When you look at the odds in the AFC West, you see the Chargers at plus 450, back at the Broncos, minus 625. 4 games remaining. They're down to Denver in the division. Is there any shot that the Chargers have here, Chelsea?
I mean, maybe. I think a lot of this depends on your take on the Broncos, because I'll say this. The Broncos have won a lot of close games, and their offense isn't exactly, you know, trustworthy. So obviously their defense is going to keep them in a lot of games, and it would take a huge downfall for the Broncos to fumble this division. But I think it's maybe in the realm of possibility. Like, plus 450, it means it's possible. It's built into the number there. I don't know if it's a bet that I would make, though, because I still think the Broncos are a pretty good team.
Yeah, I think so as well. I still have some doubts about their offense, but they just keep finding ways to win. That defense, though, is, man, the AFC, with the way the Broncos play D, with the way the Texans play D, the NFC is so much stronger overall. But then the Patriots play good defense. But there are some teams in the AFC that play such good defense. I think they could, you know, maybe surprise us when we get to a potential Super Bowl matchup. Are you surprised to see the Bills still at plus 375? I get it because they have Josh Allen. I feel like that's just a factor. When I look at the Bills, they make me so nervous. But when you have Josh, you can win every game.
Well, it just goes to show how much postseason experience matters, especially to the odds makers and people who watch football, because it is a different game when it comes to the postseason. And the problem with some of these teams who have had great regular seasons is that they are relatively unproven in the postseason. Like, we haven't seen Drake May win a playoff game yet. Bo Nix, you know, hit or miss. And the Texans as well. So I think, you know, if Patrick Mahomes was in the fold and the Chiefs were good this year, maybe it would be different at the top. But I do think that's the reason why the Bills are still favored.
Yeah, totally makes sense. They got to take advantage of the Chiefs probably not making the playoffs this year. This is their time. Coming up next here on the show, Irish eyes have not been smiling for a few days, but is that anger justified? We're going to talk with the legendary Joe Theismann next on the Daily Tip here on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back to the show. The Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Great to have you along with us. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Coming up, the Irish have reason to be angry, but just how angry? We're going to bring in, hopefully, legendary quarterback Joe Theismann, the Notre Dame alum, to talk about that and hear what he has to say. And maybe we'll sprinkle in some Commanders talk as well, with Washington having a really rough time this season. Are you thinking about maybe going to see NC State in their bowl game? Look at this. I just looked this up. Playing in the Union Home Mortgage Gasparilla Bowl against Memphis? Watch go!
Thanks.
What?
Do you think I want to pay money to go watch NC State play some meaningless bowl game in a mediocre season? Like, that's the thing. Like, you know this good and well that like everything costs money. So even if you just go to Tampa or wherever this bowl game is, there's flights, there's hotels, there are rental cars. And I have a family of 3. So it's not just me. So we're talking about like probably $2,500. So no, I would much rather go to Raleigh for a home game where I get to see all my friends.
Oh, that's smart. I'm debating on whether or not I want to go to the Citrus Bowl. It's in Orlando, but we have friends there. It's Texas, Michigan. That's a classic matchup between two blue bloods. It's on New Year's Eve. And so Catherine was like, hey, maybe we go down there. Maybe we go to Epcot. Maybe we have drinks and go through it. And then we'll go to the bowl game. So just a consideration. Well, now for your consideration, the opinions of the great Joe Theismann. Of course, College Football Hall of Famer, former Redskins quarterback, former Notre Dame quarterback as well. And we'll jump right into it. Joey, thanks for being with us here this morning. We really appreciate it. Are the Irish justified in being as angry as they are right now?
Yeah, they're justified in being in. I'm sorry. I'm still stunned by this whole thing, to be perfectly honest with you. What bothers me probably as much as anything is the 12th hour decision that was made. Notre Dame was ahead of Miami in the polls all the way up until the committee decided they wanted to flip. I mean, it made no sense. And then, of course, Alabama with 3 losses is in, which just doesn't make a whole lot of sense also to me. So there's lots of things that have taken place with the college football playoff picture that common sense would tell you just isn't right.
Right. What do you think the best case for Notre Dame being in was? Like, if you could talk to the committee now and say, hey, here's the case for my team and why they should be in, what would be the major talking points?
I think the major talking point is you can't go back all the way to the first game of the season and decide to go head-to-head. You have to look at the body of the work of the football team going forward. We've won 10 straight games. Alabama lost to Florida. You want to go back to the first game of the season? Alabama lost to Florida State. And what was Florida State's record? Notre Dame lost the first 2 games by a total, I believe, of 4 points. They lose to A&M, they lose to Miami, and then went on a run and got better and better and better. And I believe that this football team could play with anybody, Ohio State, Indiana, Texas Tech. I don't care who you want to put up there. I believe they could play toe-to-toe with anyone. And I just think that the biggest thing was if you were going to not have Notre Dame in, why did you wait until the end? And why were they ranked higher than Miami as an example? And this is not a beat down to anybody. Hey, the 12 teams that are in, okay, congratulations. But Notre Dame should have been a part of that. Like I said, I was in a state of disbelief, to be honest with you, when I found out that Notre Dame was not going to be in the college football playoffs. Because all of the talking heads talked about, well, if BYU loses, if Alabama loses, Notre Dame's, 89, 90% in. Obviously, the quote-unquote committee decided at the last minute that they didn't like it that way. And I truly believe that if you're a 3-loss team, you don't earn the right to be in the college football playoffs. Why isn't Texas in? BYU only had 2 losses. Why aren't they in? I mean, you can make arguments for everybody across the board, and I just think that the position that Notre Dame got put in was extremely unfortunate.
Joe, it's clear that when it comes to this committee and how they figure out who gets in and who doesn't, there needs to be changes made. So what should those changes be moving forward?
I think it's a fairly simple change. The process is broken. Let's face it. There are people, obviously, that want you in. There are people that don't want you in. Obviously, the don'ts outweigh the do's in this case. If you have the rankings of the teams at the end of the year, the top 12 ranked teams should have the opportunity to be able to play for a national championship, irrespective of your conference championship. I mean, I don't know if anybody watched the Georgia-Alabama game, but that was a lopsided football game, perfectly honest with you. And I know the people of Alabama are probably not going to like me and get mad at me, but it doesn't matter. The facts are the facts. They're a 10-loss football team, and they're in the college football playoffs. There are 2-loss football teams that are not in. And the University of Notre Dame was playing as good a football as anybody. I say if you want to put a product out there that people want to watch, then you have to put a product out there that people want to watch. Not because of some associations or decisions or whatever it might be at the last minute to be able to say, okay, well, Notre Dame was 10, Miami was 12. Now all of a sudden Notre Dame's out. It's like, where did that come from? And what's, I guess the other thing too, which I'm very curious about, is why did Alabama stay at 9 after getting beat? And what was the decision, or what was the conversation that basically said in that room, we think a 3-loss Alabama football team should be in the playoffs? What's the answer to that question? Just simple explanation.
Yeah.
Instead of flipping everything around at the last minute. And I almost think the Alabama decision is hidden behind the so-called presentations that they made regarding head-to-head competition and Notre Dame and Miami. Hey, Notre Dame and Miami both should be in, if you look at it that way.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So,
all right, so
like I said, I'm looking for I would love to hear somebody from the committee. I love that term. I would love to hear somebody explain to me what the reason was for Alabama to be in.
Well, the problem is every time they've explained themselves, I lose more faith in them. So I don't even know if I want to hear them talk about, their decisions. That's the problem. Nobody knows the exact qualifications.
They fall all over themselves trying to explain this situation, which it really shouldn't be that difficult, to be honest with you. You wouldn't think it would be.
Joe, before we let you go, we wanted to ask you about – go right ahead.
No, I was just going to say, and, I support Marcus's decision in this football team and the program deciding not to play in a bowl game. I just think it's Marcus is a fantastic human being, number one. Mm-hmm. Tremendous football coach, understands his football team, respects his players, and decisions that he makes are for the good of the University of Notre Dame and the good of his football players and his staff. And, boy, you have to admire the living daylights out of him.
Well, Joe, before we let you go, we want to get you out of here, but we wanted to ask you about the Commanders, and clearly struggling right now, and the big debate will be, should Jaden Daniels play for the remainder of the season when the Commanders have lost 8 straight and he continues to be banged up? What do you think?
I think he has to. It's a beat-up football team. It's been, as a matter of fact, in a little bit of going back, the Chicago game was a deciding game for the Bears a year ago. Everything went south after that one. For the Chicago game this year, the Commanders have gone south after the Chicago game. So the Bear game in the last 2 years has been a very defining moment, and the Bears are playing some terrific football as well. But I think the Commanders are a football team that's just beat up. And as far as Jaden goes, what you noticed in this game against Minnesota is when he threw the interception, was heading to try and tackle the guy, he got blocked to the ground. And he put his left arm down to sort of brace the ground. And in that case, I don't think he's at a point where he can protect himself from all the things that could possibly happen on a field. Everybody talked about sliding, running out of bounds. But what happens when you throw an interception and you try to make a tackle and somebody blocks you? That was something that didn't come up in the conversation. I don't know what his physical condition is. I think it was important, if he was healthy enough to be able to play, to get back on the field this year. I would assume that at some point over the next 4 weeks, we'll probably see him on the field. I don't know what decision they're going to make this week against the Giants. But I think for him to get back on the field, if he is 100% healthy and can protect himself, it would serve him well going into next year.
He is a college football Hall of Famer, former Notre Dame quarterback, former Super Bowl champion, and two-time All-Pro as well. It is Joe Theismann. Joe, we appreciate the time this morning. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and stay warm.
Well, yeah, he's right about that. Absolutely. Freezing outside right now. It's not easy to wake up when you're cold, too. You know, it's like, it's early, and I'm cold. And I left my computer in that lift. Whew. Glad we broke out of that, Chelsea. But when it comes to the Commanders, let me ask you, because I asked this question yesterday on the pod. Commanders fans are going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Some people are angry about Jaden playing in the first place because now he's banged up, but he could have played. Dan Quinn said, look, he could have gone back in the game against the Vikings, but DQ didn't like the way the game was going and thought, let's just keep Jaden out. What would you do? If he's ready to go, and he should be, does he play the rest of the year, or do you say, nope, let's wrap this guy up and worry about next year?
I wish I had a clearer picture on his actual health, because that's the tough part when you're on the outside looking in, is that you don't know all the details, and, you know, they don't have to tell us. But I think if he is in danger of possibly injuring himself more, what's the point? And like for the Commanders, it's like, okay, so you're probably not going to make the postseason. Why do you need to win games? And I know this is a talking point for a lot of teams, like especially in my neighborhood with the Titans, where we won a game over the weekend. And some people were kind of mad because we're like, hey, can we at least get the number 1 overall pick? This is a lost season. So there is no reason for us to win games. And here's the other thing, like the Commanders at least have a viable backup quarterback in Marcus Mariota. So it's not like they're going to be, you know, bringing in Phillip Rivers like some other teams across the league. So I don't know. I think it's a difficult decision. And also, it's hard to say this to Jaden Daniels himself, because it's very easy for us to stand here and say this. But imagine if your franchise quarterback is pleading with you to get back in the game, because this is a similar conversation to, you know, the Bengals playing Joe Burrow. I feel like Joe Burrow probably fought to play and get back in the game. And I would assume Jaden Daniels is probably the same way.
Yeah, I know he wants to play. There's no question about that. And, you know, I've gone back and forth on this. There was a time when I thought, okay, let's hold him out. Let's make sure that he's safe here. But then the more I thought about it, the more I listened, I thought, you know what? I think I'm wrong here. He needs to play. He needs to play. This is a second-year quarterback, and we need to know if he's durable or not, right? Every time he goes in, and he's kind of slight anyway, he gets banged up. I'm not advocating for him getting tossed around and getting hurt, but if he can play, he needs to play. He needs to grow and develop, and he does have his full complement of receivers in the lineup for the first time all season, and so he's got to get better. This offense needs to get better. They need some sort of momentum going into the offseason, because clearly they're eliminated from playoff contention. And not only that, when you're the quarterback, Chelsea, and you're a young guy and you can play, it's important that you send that message to the rest of the locker room that you want to play, that you're not just going to accept the franchise's decision, or you're going to step out of the starting lineup and protect yourself. Even Commanders players have said, yeah, we're glad he's playing. It tells us a lot that he wants to play, that he wants to be in there. So I think that's a factor people aren't necessarily talking about as well.
Well, I think the best argument is the fact that he is a young quarterback and he still has things to learn. Like, as great as his rookie season was, the best quarterbacks in the game have so much experience. And, like the best at like calling audibles and learning the nuances of the game, it's because they played for so long. That's why Aaron Rodgers could be like 57 and still be great at, drawing the other team off sides or getting those free plays because he has the experience and the savvy of playing in those games. So I think sometimes experience matters, or a lot of times experience matters, and Jaden Daniels still doesn't have a ton of it.
Yes, and he's got to get that to continue on the path that we saw during his rookie season, and this has kind of been a lost season, so every bit of experience helps. Coming up next on the show, I'm sorry to report the Donkster is back, and he's very unhappy about something. But we do have our best bets, that and a whole lot more. It's coming up next on the Daily Tip here on the BetMGM Network.
Coming up, Jenks and Chelsea give out their best bets here on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back to the show. The Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Hope you're having a great Tuesday. Thanks for waking up with us. I got to tell you about, and I don't want to get too political or anything here, but we had quite a night on Friday. So I've been in D.C. for 20 years, and I've experienced just about everything, but I've never had an experience like I had on Friday, where our friend Sarah, and we all have some mutual friends. We all went to Texas, so we'll watch football together. We'll go out from time to time. And Sarah texted myself and the lovely Catherine and said, hey, there's this black tie event I'm going to. Should be free food, free drinks. We're going to the Four Seasons for like a couple drinks, and there's a party down the street in Georgetown. We're like, oh, that sounds great. We got super dressed up. We go to the Four Seasons. RFK Jr. is there. And I, just saying Catherine is not a fan, so I saw him and he and his wife and the Secret Service. And I was like, oh my God, if Catherine sees him and I turn and Catherine is standing right in front of me and she goes, is that? I go, yes. You just need to calm down, honey. And I saw her just like laser beam eyes booing him on the way out. So that was fun. Anyway. So that happened, and then we enjoy ourselves, and then it's, hey, this party's happening down the street. We're like, okay, let's go. So it's freezing cold. I have no idea where we're going. And it's this huge party at some person's 2-bedroom apartment. There's security downstairs to check us out before we go in. We go upstairs. They vet us again before we walk inside the apartment, and it was nice, not crazy. This place was totally packed, and immediately I'm like, where are we? Every woman there, the guys were, I was like, I've never seen so many bow ties in my life. Every woman there was filled to the gills with Botox. I've never seen so much plastic surgery in my life. A couple of the women were emaciated. I'm like, there's definitely drugs being done here. And then the coat room was the second bedroom, just people hanging up their coats on wire hangers, which I don't really care. But it was like trying to elevate this experience that was just someone having this very niche party in D.C. And then I walk in, he makes a beeline over to me. He's got like 3 layers of makeup on. And he's like, who are you? I was like, excuse me? He goes, who are you? And I was like, my name is Michael Jenkins. And then Catherine says, where was Sarah? Where was Sarah? He goes, oh, and just walks off. I'm like, what in the? So, and we were told before we got there, this guy's either really cool or sometimes he's a lunatic. I'm like, oh, well, that's great. Now we got the lunatic side. Anyway, we were there for about 15 minutes. I was looking around. I could not believe what I was watching. Someone is taking pictures of everyone, and I did not want to be in any picture. And the host was like, yeah, we brought in the photographer. They love it. They just love it. I'm like, okay.
They're probably getting paid.
Yeah. And the coolest person there was the girl who was helping serve the drinks. And she definitely didn't want to be there. And I was like, how are you doing tonight? And she was like, I'm doing fine. It's nice to be here. I was like, really? And she kind of smiles at me. I was like, yeah, that's what I thought. I don't want to be here either. So we were there for about 15, 20 minutes tops. Catherine was like, I kind of just want to stand here and watch this go down, whatever this is. I was like, yeah, sort of, but also we got to get out of here. So we left, went down the street to Martin's, which is in Georgetown. It's a traditional D.C. place. We had drinks and closed out the night. But that, whatever that was, that pocket of D.C., I've never experienced that before. And I don't ever want to experience it again. It was bizarre. Sorry, it's a long story, but it was, I still can't believe it.
See, that's what I kind of miss about like when I was in college and like my younger years. Because like now that I have a kid, like I'm not going to parties, but I do miss like the thrill of the gamble. When you walk into a party and you have no idea what it's going to be. Like in college, I remember this party we went to that was behind a Food Lion in a field. And you're like, what did we just come into? And everybody's doing these like psychedelic drugs. And you're like, you know, this is part of the thrill of college, though. Is like you do these like wild things. You meet people that you never thought that you would meet. But Jenks, being in D.C., do you run into politicians all the time? Because you've said this before that D.C., it's a big city, but I don't know. Like it feels like the actual city is not that big of a
It's
I don't
not.
know, like geographical, right, an area. So it feels like maybe you would see people. I don't know how many politicians you know or that you would recognize, but do you see people out and about?
Sure, from time to time. I mean, you have to be in the right spots, and there are definitely places that politicians like to go, or places that members of the media where they like to go. Like a few months ago, we ran into half the on-air crew from CNN, and they were out. And so, or Wolf Blitzer, you'll see him from time to time, or different politicians. Who do we see? I forget the name. It was a politician from Texas. It wasn't Ted Cruz. It was someone else. Like, it kind of depends on where you are, particularly if you're close to Capitol Hill. And also, there are spots that are more Democratic versus some that are more Republican. And then there's higher-end spots where, you know, everyone kind of gathers and tries to just take a break from the politics of it all. But you will see that from time to time.
Yeah, it's crazy where, like, I'm not in the scene, obviously. But I feel like there's probably like bars. Like if you wanted to see certain people, you probably know the spots.
Yes. And plus you can look them up too. Like if you really are dying to see someone, you can probably find a place to do that because DC is pretty small. All right, Chelsea, we're going kind of small on our bets tonight, but let's get to it.
Time to place your bets.
I love it when I see a basketball game I would have never thought of on your card. What do you got?
Well, we had to dig deep today because I don't love the card, but we're going to college hoops. I'm going to take Columbia laying 4.5 on the road at Stony Brook, just because it feels like Columbia has a really repeatable style of offense. And if you look at the Lions this year, their only loss has been to UConn, 89-62. Other than that, it is a flawless record for Columbia. But as far as the stats go, and I know you shouldn't live and die by the stats, but this is a great shooting team, ranking 27th in effective field goal percentage, and they're also a great offensive rebounding team. So that's the thing, even when they miss their shots, they're going to get plenty of good looks on second chances, ranking 10th overall in offensive rebounding percentage. Meanwhile, you look at Stony Brook, nothing pops up when it comes to overall strengths, and it just feels to me that Columbia is the better overall offensive team. And Stony Brook's defense, not great. Ranking 253rd, according to Kim Palm, in defensive efficiency. So it feels like Columbia has the better numbers here. Even though it's a road game, I think Columbia continues to roll. Let's go Lions, laying at 4.5.
All right. I almost went to Columbia.
Did
but
you?
I didn't. Yeah. Columbia, Northwestern, and Texas, where I almost went to graduate school, but I didn't get in. I got to the final phase, which was meeting a woman in Dallas and her making me write an essay, which was really bizarre. That was a long time ago. I'm sure their admissions process is different. Let's go Stars on the money line. Oh, yeah, we're doing Stars on the money line, minus 135 in Winnipeg, taking on the Jets. Stars have won 3 of their last 4. Jets have lost 3 of their last 4. Stars, one of the top 10 teams in the NHL. This is a pretty simple handicap. Whenever you bet on Winnipeg, at least when I bet on Winnipeg, you always want to make sure Connor Hellebuck is between the pipes, one of the best netminders in the league. But he has been out, and since he's been out, the Jets 0-6 against opposing teams with a winning record. I think they fall to 0-7 tonight. Let's go Stars on the money line at minus 135. All right, Donkster. Before we wrap things up, get on in here. Oh, he's in studio. He's ready to go. What's going on? Good morning.
I just want everyone to know I blame the ACC.
Oh, okay. Well, you got company then.
I was completely on track and I got the screw job. Just like the Irish, I planned on advancing and the campaign against me was ridiculous.
You were advancing where?
Past second base.
No. Well, gotta blame someone, I guess. Do you have a bet for us?
University of Connecticut, minus 4.5 against Florida.
Okay. Good job. Good to have you back, I guess. You're sitting really low in that chair, but you're here. Chelsea, what's on the docket for you today? It's a Tuesday. Blake's birthday party is over. The house is decorated. Yeah, throw a log on the fire and just warm your hands up and just enjoy the day.
There's no relaxing. This is the biggest time of year for moms. Listen, this is our Super Bowl, so there's not a day where I'm not preparing for things. And here's the thing, like my entire weekend was dedicated to Blake's birthday party. So I didn't get caught up on laundry, on cleaning the house. So that's the unfun part. And I've heard this, like when you get kids when you have kids and they get older, your weekends are actually more busy than the weekdays because they have all these activities. So unfortunately, usually I will catch up on my woman's work around the house on the weekends. So I've got to do that today. So it's not the funnest Tuesday I've ever had, but at least maybe if I get the grunt work out of the way by this weekend, we'll be tucked in on the couch by the fire watching some Christmas movies.
Or you can go to some sort of weird party. Everyone, I'm telling you, the plastic surgery in that room, thousands of dollars. The number of people in that room looking for a partner, just like looking to like sizing people up. It was, I hate to go back to that, but I'm glad I'm not a part of that. So
I think,
yeah.
Isn't there a name for that face? Don't they call it Mar-a-Lago face? Like, not to get too political. Like, I don't
That's
care
what it was.
either way, but
yeah,
I've seen that on Instagram and they're like, this is the Mar-a-Lago face. And there is a very certain aesthetic. And there is a lot of work in that process done to the face.
Construction zone. Wow. But, it's a good story. It's a fun story. But I will not be back, and I probably won't be invited back. Who are you? Lord. Come up next here on the show, it is Bet Sweats, because that's going to wrap it up for us here on the Daily Tip on a BetMGM network. That is Chelsea Messenger. I'm Michael Jenkins for the entire crew. Go out, have a great Tuesday. We'll see you bright and early tomorrow at 6 a.m.
You've been listening to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. If you missed any of the show, listen back anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app.
Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. It's time to sweat with Joe O and Sammy P. Get ready to fire. This is Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
Oh, that was fun. Another great Monday Night Football game. Woo! You're on the Eagles side with us. Not that fun. You just had that doom and gloom feel the entire time. We'll talk about that. We'll go over the entire Week 15 card. A lot of big numbers, a lot of injuries around the league. I'm sure you're going to see that a whole bunch final month of the regular season. We'll talk some college hoops. Got the Jimmy V Classic going down tonight in New York. Our buddies Michael Felder, Will Brinson will drop by as well. I want to get into the Heisman because we have the big straw poll that we've been waiting on. It's interesting. Very interesting. I feel a little bit different. It gives you more confidence if you are looking for some value. We'll talk about that over the next few hours. Sam, Jalen Hurts blows.
You mentioned the word interesting for the Heisman poll. It's not as interesting as the Philadelphia Eagles, who have now lost 3 in a row. Cowboys, Bears, Chargers. They are now 8-5, and they are out to 11-1 to win the Super Bowl. John Murray was on our show a month ago and said the Eagles were the second best team in football. Ever since then, they haven't won a game. Okay.
I don't think if John was on the horn this morning that he would be saying the exact same thing.
No.
And they don't overreact out there. When they're making their power ratings and Super Bowl numbers, they don't take any one result. But that's the thing. That's the whole point of this exercise. This is not based on one result. And we've been hearing out of Philadelphia for, I would say, a good month now. People that are in the know, that cover that team on a daily basis, at all the practices, talk to people inside of the building, that Jalen Hurts is the problem. You can talk about the offensive coordinator, Sirianni, with coaching. A.J. Brown certainly takes his share of blame in last night's loss. The defense rushing last week, the biggest issue in that game when they got smoked by the Bears and embarrassed. Defense did its job last night. That's the frustrating part when it comes to certain handicaps and betting. Like, our handicap last night was correct, but watching the game, like you were texting me during the game, you're like, the Eagles are going to lose. You're just watching the game. You see it. The handicap was correct, and I'm not making excuses. I'm just telling you how we felt. And when we were all on the same side, we're like, oh boy, strap in. This could be trouble for Philadelphia. It was trouble for Philadelphia. But the idea was, even without Jalen Carter, you're going to have that mismatch in the trenches, getting pressure on Herbert. You did. They kept going after that broken arm. He didn't have much time. He was running out of the pocket because he knew he only had a couple of seconds. He was the leading rusher for the Chargers because of that reason. The defense did its job. Vic Fangio's unit bounced back. They showed up. They hit Herbert 11 times last night. They sacked him 7 times, Sam. They pressured him on 68% of dropbacks. The defense was not the issue. You have 5 freaking turnovers and you only give up 22 points in overtime? Like, that's an amazing job by the defense. The problem goes back to Jalen Hurts. And I know it's crazy. He won a Super Bowl a matter of months ago. 5 turnovers last night. And just the one that ended that game, because of course it was going to be an interception to end that game. Throws it into double coverage. It's tipped up. I get it. That was first down. Make the play to live another day. You're in 4-down territory. Sirianni established on that drive. He's going for the win. He's not playing for the tie. If that one doesn't connect, you've got 3 more chances at it. But no, Hurts ends the ball game with his arm. What a surprise. 5 turnovers from him, 4 picks, 1 lost fumble on maybe the craziest play any of us are ever going to see.
What a stupid game. And we had teased that we both had the Eagles in our Chicago media contest where we pick 5 games ATS every week. And I forgot that I had Philly. I knew that I was 2-2 going into Sunday night. I thought I had the Texans, though, and then I was very surprised to see, I've got the Eagles. And I said on this show, they're not winning. They're just not. It's just been that kind of year for me. I'm very honest with how I've been running, and it's been 2-3, 2-3, 2-3, 2-3, 2-3, 2-3, 2-3 every week. 2-2 going into Monday night, and of course, Jalen Hurts plays maybe the worst game of his career. The only saving grace is that we did get to a bet together for the second straight Monday night that came through. Saquon, touchdown. That's the only thing I enjoyed last night.
Their only touchdown of the night.
Right.
The total closes 42, and you have 10 field goal attempts. Field goals, both teams, all night. 5 for each team. And then the total comes down to the Eagles' possession to end the game. So the under hits because they don't score a point on that final drive of the game. You're right. What a stupid game. And I keep going against the Chargers. Like, they should have lost last night. They were outgained by 90 yards. They couldn't move the football. The only reason they were scoring on a lot of those drives was because they had great field position due to Hurts' stupidity. So they shouldn't have won. They did win. The fact is they're 9-4 on the season. I mentioned Herbert is the leading rusher on the team. Herbert goes 12 for 26, 139 yards. They end up winning the game. He fumbled the ball twice, lost one of them, threw an interception. even though I'm on the other side, at a point I feel sorry for the guy. Like, he's got no chance back there. He's hurt. I don't even know that he should be on the field. And he's going against this ferocious defense that keeps on attacking. 7 sacks on the night, and it didn't matter because the quarterback can't stop making mistakes. And then it's not only him. I mentioned A.J. Brown. How about that dude? That was a perfect pass from Hurts into the end zone. Brown doesn't come down with it. Number of plays, you just don't see the effort from A.J. Brown. You're supposed to be the number one receiver, a top option on the outside in this league, and it's so up and down. I get it. I get it after watching another full Eagles game. Of course, it was an Island game last week. It's an Island game this week. I get the frustration and why so much of that Eagles fan base they're just fed up with Hurts, man. They're done with the whole thing.
As for your point on the Chargers, that they're sloppy and the games aren't pretty, they keep winning. They keep finding ways to win. So it's hard to hold a candle and make them squeal when they're 9-4. Like, they're 9-4, and the big bad Kansas City Chiefs are 6-7.
Right.
They can't win. They can't find ways to win. And the Chargers, as sloppy as it is, are 9-4. They played 13 games and won 9 of them. And buddy, I did some accounting last night. If the Buffalo Bills win the Super Bowl, I'll win like 30 grand now. That's where I'm at. I keep grabbing. I had somebody else last night go, hey, can you grab me a dime? Can you grab me a dime? Now, I'm splitting those dimes with a couple buddies.
Sure.
But I've laid out my case to guys that are really, really good at what they do. And I hate to keep bringing it back to Buffalo, but here's my argument, right? Sell me this pen, Wolf of Wall Street. Before the season, when everybody was healthy and nobody had a loss, Buffalo was like 7-1. Okay, so here we are in early December. Mahomes ain't making it. Burrow's dead. Lamar stinks. And they're 9-1 now. 950. How? Oh, because the Broncos are 11-2 and the Patriots are 11-2. Miss me with that, man. If you would have told me in August that Mahomes wouldn't make the playoffs, that Burrow wouldn't make the playoffs, and that the Ravens would suck, how much Buffalo would we have bet? And I got these guys last night. I'm at the bar. I'm wheeling and dealing. They're like, he's right. We should bet Buffalo. So I just keep adding. I keep adding Bills.
They're the shortest number of the AFC. And what seed are they? They're the 5th seed right now? 5th seed, 6th seed?
Well, the Chargers are 5 now. So Buffalo
6.
dropped down to 6 because the Chargers won last night.
Good. Love it. They're the 6th seed, 9-4. They're going to be in. We know this. And here's your opportunity.
And if the season ended today, guess where they go? Take a guess where they go round 1.
So they're the 6. Who's the 3? Would that be Jacksonville? Yeah.
So then if you go to Jacksonville, and assuming you go and beat Jacksonville, which, I mean, they'd be favored in the game, then you go on the road and take on a quarterback who's never won a playoff game. I'm telling you, man, it's open up for Chunky for Buffalo. It's all there for you.
Since we're here, and we're going to have breakdowns, the AFC playoff picture, the NFC playoff picture later on in the show. But since we're here and you brought up the Bills, I did write down a Bills bet that you might want to add to your portfolio if you don't already have it in your 30K portfolio. Bills, number 1 seed. 17-1. 17-1. You've got New England next. So if you beat New England, now New England's 11-3 and you're sitting there at 10-4, right? And then you split the series with them. The Denver schedule, so you got to pass a couple of teams here, obviously. But Denver has the 3rd toughest remaining schedule in the league. Green Bay, Jacksonville, LA Chargers, Kansas City. Record-wise, Kansas City is their easiest game that they have left. It's going to be tough. It wouldn't surprise me if they have a couple of losses there. New England, they can certainly lose a couple of games. They still have to go to Baltimore, and you've got this Buffalo game this weekend.
Yeah, it's the fourth favorite. It's 17-1 for a reason. Jacksonville is 8-1. That doesn't math for me. No.
Yeah.
Jacksonville 8-1 and Buffalo 17-1 for the number one seed. You'd have to look into tiebreakers, but I mean, I'm not telling you to add more Bills because you've got enough Bills right now, but that certainly got my attention that, hey, the odds are saying it's going to be Denver and New England for obvious reasons. Be the one seed. I don't think Buffalo's dead for that.
The game's a pick'em right now at the Westgate, Buffalo, New England. It's a pick'em.
Yeah.
In a revenge spot for a really good team with the best player in football. I just see it one way, and maybe I'm wrong. And again, that $30K is what I'm due to win if they win. I'm not betting 30,000 liability, but last week, and I told our guys in Buffalo, show up in the Bulldog on Friday. I said, I have a problem. I can't stop. It's like a Pringles can. You just pop it and you just keep going. I bet him last Monday, 8 days ago, at 12-1. And then on Wednesday, I bet him again at 10-1. And then on Friday, I bet him again at 9-1. Just the numbers are higher than they were in the summer, which doesn't make any sense. So that's where I'm at in my life. Losing a job, but pounding the Bills as much as I can.
All right, listen, maybe it's an upgrade if that ticket cashes in the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Woo. Yeah, it's interesting. It's a good case. We'll talk more about that later on in the show. I mean, and you got the Oweh penalty too. It's 4th and 4 on that last drive. They got the penalty, and then Dummy turns it over again for a 5th time. 4 wasn't enough. Let's do it once again. Thank you very much, Jalen Hurts. We tried to.
He said, "Ring it." He said, "Ring."
Coming up, but how about what's happening today in Indianapolis? You know what I'm talking about?
No, I didn't see anything. What did I miss?
Phyllis
Wait a
Rivers.
minute. Yes, I saw this. I saw this last night at the bar, and somebody from the back, I didn't know who the guy was. They show it on the ticker, or they show it on the halftime show or whatever. And somebody yelled, "I thought he was dead."
He is, because he's got like 86 kids. I'm dying to leave. I'm going to come back,
Good
baby.
luck.
Haven't played since COVID. He's 44. The last time he played, he was in his 30s. And they are in such dire straits with the Colts quarterback situation yesterday afternoon that Riley Leonard is dealing with knee soreness. And the Colts come out yesterday and say, yeah, Anthony Richardson, he's not coming off IR this week with the eye injury. What's left? We got Brett Rippon on the practice squad, and we're bringing in old man Phillip Rivers for a little bit of a tryout today to see what he's got.
Why stop there? Bring back Peyton Manning. Go get Jim Sorgi. Just go get everybody that played
Jeff
for
George.
the Colts.
Where's your guy, Jeff
And you
George?
know what's wild? Jeff George might be better than Anthony Richardson at this point. Eye injury, give me a break. He stinks. They wasted the 4th overall pick on Anthony Richardson, and they knew a year in it was a dud.
Bro, that is going to go down as one of the worst picks of all time. And if you look at the guys that are drafted around him, before him, Will Anderson, after him, Devin Witherspoon. It's a bunch of Pro Bowlers, and there's Anthony Richardson. But Ballard's safe. Great GM. Joe O. Sammy P. Week 15 next. This is Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
I think everybody's a fan of Scott Van Pelt. He did a good job. He does a good job with everything he does. And like even me, who loves SVP, thinks he's the best thing that ESPN has. He comes on the air and he's trying to sell how great of a game that was and how enthralling it was. An exhilarating game. Scott, like we all watched. Please stop. You don't have to sell me. Your presence is going to sell me. We're here for bad beats. Like, no, you don't need it's fine. It was a crap fest. We all know what we watched last night in Herbert versus Hurts. And it's bad, man. I mean, don't you say I walk away from that and like the whole time I'm nodding my head. I'm like, I get it. Because last week, even though we watched that Bears-Eagles game and it was a crap fest from their defense, understood. Like last night, I'm like, oh, yeah, I get it why they're so pissed. I know they just won a Super Bowl, but I totally understand why they are so freaking pissed with the way this team is playing and all the talent that they have.
Speaking of SVP, who I enjoy.
Yes.
When they stand, I forget how big he is. That is a large human being. And usually when you see Scott, he's by himself at a desk in a studio.
Mm-hmm.
But last night they did the standing hit, and he's next to Jason Kelce, who I looked this up. Jason Kelce played at least at 282 pounds, and he's 6'3". And SVP is towering over Jason Kelce. You look up last night, you're like, oh my God. Well, Van Pelt's almost 6'7". Like, that's a big dude. And he wears baggy suits.
Mm-hmm.
Most people like to wear suits that, are a little bit tighter. I like to wear a tighter suit. Not skin tight, not Ryan Clark tight, but I like a suit to fit me like a glove. SVP wears a bigger suit. So you got Kelce, who again is 6'3" and played at 282, and he looks tiny compared to SVP, who looks like Lurch just standing there and the suit goes on for days. That's a big old boy, SVP, man.
I knew he was tall, but I didn't know he's 6'6", 6'7" range.
Oh, yeah.
Damn.
Big dude.
Good dude. According to everybody.
Of course.
And it comes across. Like, he's not fake. So much fake right now in this business. And you can spot it a mile away. People treat the audience like they're idiots. They're not idiots. They see what you are. But yeah, you're right. The more I think about it, right before halftime, they always do that shot, and then it goes up, and it's like, wait, he's way up there. He's a big boy.
Yeah.
The reaction in Philly, I think I'm going to take it in all day. I couldn't sleep last night for reasons that will not be discussed. Maybe they will one day over the next couple of weeks. But I turned on the stream. I was listening to the post game. And remember, they carry the Eagles. As soon as the host comes on, torching them, destroying them. I wake up this morning, I turn it on, and there's Richie and the boys like just barbecuing the Eagles. And it's not garbage. Like, I'm sure there's a lot of fans are like, oh yeah, whatever. We really feel sorry for you. You just won a Super Bowl and you've got all this talent on your team, drama, whatever. Who cares? But I get it, man. Hurts is infuriating. And this is a couple of games now, and maybe his worst performances ever, where you're backing him. When you're betting with a team, you do feel like you're part of the fan base. And then you're watching it through that lens. And, oh, my God, it was just so infuriating. So infuriating. So I understand. I'm not laughing here at Eagles fans this morning with the way that they feel. And I'm certainly going to check out Joe G when our show's a wrap.
What did they say about the positivity bunny?
I go in the Odyssey app right now. I pull up WIP, and their last segment was, is this the end of the positivity bunny ? Bunny emoji.
And you know what's wild? They're still going to win this NFC East and host a playoff game. Nobody in that NFC East is going to touch them. And You're protected because you win a division. So, looking at the standings right now, last year it was talked about that the NFC East was maybe the most well-rounded division in football. Some would make that case. I don't think we made that case. We said the North, and then the North got slaughtered in the playoffs. But okay, Philly stinks. Philly's 8-5. The next closest team, Dallas, is 6-1. So as bad as they may be, then you got the NFC South. Like the winner of that's going to be 9-8 and be the 4 seed. So despite all this and all this vitriol and hate and shoot the positivity bunny or whatever, they're going to be the 3 seed still. And it's not going to be easy to go into Philly and beat that defense. It's not.
And right now, that would be the San Francisco 49ers doing that. They could. You know what I'm realizing? As this is coming into focus, the playoff picture for both conferences, it took a while to get here. And I'm trying not to overreact to what we just saw. But the list of teams I don't trust is growing. Playoff teams that will be in there, I'm like, nope, don't trust you. Don't trust you. Nope, no chance. I'm betting against you. Like, that's growing. Even though it's a wide open year, there are a handful of teams, including Philadelphia, right now, Tampa Bay, Chicago even, Pittsburgh, Chargers, New England, Denver. I don't trust when it comes to winning the Super Bowl. Getting to the conference championship and winning the Super Bowl, that list is growing. We don't know if this is going to be the official list, but I think it's going to be most of it. There might be 1 or 2 changes. That's it.
Okay, so let's go to BetMGM and go from the top. Very simple. Yes or no question. Do you trust the LA Rams?
Yes.
Seattle Seahawks?
Yes.
With Darnold. I saw that squint too.
It's wavering a little bit. Like it's a different trust than a month ago, I'll say that. But I still trust
Green Bay Packers.
I'm not betting on them. How about that? They're going to lose earlier than expected. Let me put it that way.
So the 3 Super Bowl favorites, Joe trusts 1.5 of the teams. Because I'll give Seattle a half. Buffalo Bills.
If that run defense that we've seen the last 2 weeks, and it's some of the game script, but if they play closer to that level, it's a big yes.
Denver Broncos.
By far, they have the best quarterback in the playoffs. Not close.
Not Denver. Right? Buffalo.
No. I'm still on the Buffalo one. Okay. Denver. Do I trust? Sean Payton has done some obscure stuff. I know they've won 10 in a row. I'm not betting them to win a Super Bowl, so that's a no.
New England Patriots.
Nope. Absolutely not.
2 more. Philadelphia Eagles.
No.
Houston Texans.
Yes.
So does Mitch Moss. The other night when I tweeted about Buffalo, he jumped into my mentions. Actually, I'm going to get the tweet right because I don't want to misspeak. But I was starting to lay out my Bills case on Sunday, and I tweeted that, let's see, I'm going to get everything right here. I tweeted, Bengals, Burrow are dead. Chiefs, Mahomes are cooked. Ravens, Lamar on the ropes. It's all coming up Bills. And Mitch Moss, who I used to work with, and Mitch and I get along very well, he responded, it's coming up with the team we're currently watching. And that was during Sunday Night Football when the Texans were beating Kansas City.
Oh, yeah. I was hearing from Patriots fans who are like, I hope we don't play the Texans in the playoffs. I'm like, yeah, you better hope you don't play the Texans. There's a lot that's going around. And speaking of that, so you heard from Mitch Moss out of the blue yesterday. Ryan Horvat sends me an apology because he was making fun of me when I threw the Texans out there as a strong as a possibility of a long shot bet at 50-1, like 5-6 weeks ago. He's like, no. He's like, when I'm doing my hits, I keep talking about the Texans as a long shot. That's the value play, man. And I don't even know if the value's there anymore.
What hits? What hits is he talking about?
I think that's the only place he's working. He's got weekly radio hits.
Okay.
For a couple weeks.
I saw that he's getting off the internet January 1st. Did you see that?
Yes.
Yeah, he's getting off social media, but he might be back. I heard.
What is that? He's,
I don't know.
What do you mean? You heard he might be back. What does that mean? Back
I
in
saw
what? Social
saw
media?
his tweet. Yeah, he tweeted.
Yeah, I saw it.
Yeah, he said that he was going to take a break, but he might be back. Unless he deleted that tweet too. I don't know. I can't find it now.
There have been some deleted tweets from him. I wish he didn't delete them, but I understood why.
He did
deleted
delete it. He tweeted that he was getting off social media January 1st, and I can't find it anymore.
He deleted his bio too, right?
Yes. Yes.
Well, it used to say BetMGM tonight, but he's not on the show apparently because I've never heard him host it in a long time. So I would delete it too.
It used to say 2-time employee of the month.
Well, that was his best one. Have you ever received an employee of the month? Nowhere I've been have they handed out an employee of the month. I don't think. So I've never won one.
No.
I certainly wouldn't win one here.
I've only gotten a Christmas bonus one time in my life. Have I told you the story about the VSiN Christmas bonus we got one year?
Just one time?
We got a Christmas bonus. Everybody was excited. Humans had me convinced we were getting cash. We were getting money.
Well, that's the normal thing.
So I remember Brian Musburger's wife was putting together, we had a side room near the studio, and she was putting paper mache in these little bags. And Humans is like, there they are. There they are. So
I feel like this is Griswold.
There's 12 bags for all the full-time employees. And you're like, okay, well, we're getting something. And they had this little meeting where we all got a bag with the paper mache and the confetti string. And you open up the bag and it's 2 shot glasses that say VSiN on them and a card that says, thanks for helping us take our big shot. I thought Humans was going to kill everybody in the building. Like,
oh my God. Oh my God.
That's it. 2 shot
he
glasses.
Didn't know. He wasn't messing with you. Because when you say Humans,
No.
okay, he's messing with you. Because that's usually how the story goes with him.
Right. He was convinced that we were getting money. And we got 2 shot glasses with the VSiN logo. That's exactly what we all wanted for Christmas.
Man, I won't tell you about my Christmas bonuses when I was working with Mike North. Some of the cash that I would get and Brian Hanley.
Oh, I bet.
Very generous. Yeah.
Yeah. When I interned for Roe, I got an envelope with like $600 in it, cash. Hundreds.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Like that was a thing. And it was understood. That's what you did. That's just part of it. Because people know that the producers are making nothing. Like they counted on that money. Wow.
Yeah, well, I was an intern the year I got that cash, so I made
I don't
nothing.
know if that's still a thing.
Probably not.
You don't think so?
I don't know. I mean, I'm thinking of the people I used to work with at WGN. They were nice. I got invited to like holiday parties and stuff, but no, I never got. The last time I got a Christmas
Depends
envelope,
who you worked with, I think.
right? Roe was old school, so Roe gave cash.
Yeah.
Other people give you a nice little pat on the back. Good job.
I wonder nowadays if with regular jobs, because this is irregular, if that's the deal still. I don't hear about Christmas bonuses anymore. Like 80s, 90s, like it's obviously I brought up Griswold. It's in that movie a lot. Like that was a normal thing in business, Christmas bonus. And I don't hear anybody talk about him anymore. I don't even know if it's a thing.
When they kidnap the boss, when Griswold kidnaps the boss.
So good.
Yeah, the cops come.
Maybe we should end our last show with that rant.
Sure. If we make it there.
Yes. Correct. What were we going to talk about? Oh, week 15. The lines on week 15. We won't get to all of them. Gosh, shut up, Gertch. So annoying. Christmas vacation sucks in the chat. Moron. Like, do you have to be a Debbie Downer about everything?
You knew that was coming, though. You knew that was coming.
It's just a dumb take. That's begging for attention take. I'm sorry, Gertch. Sometimes I'm with you, not on that one. That's ridiculous. Outrageous.
Moron moon. Joe, very, very strong on Christmas vacation.
No, but I
Dealing
just
out
to
morons.
say it sucks. Oh, it just sucks. Like you're just doing I'm gonna go against the grain thing. It
It's
doesn't
not
suck.
nearly as good as the original, but what is in life?
Yeah, fine. He's a European vacation guy. That's what he is. Oh man, off the tracks. Worse than European vacation? Insane.
That's much.
See what I'm saying? Like, he's just going over the top now. He's got takes. Maybe you should stay. Joe O, Sammy P, BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Week 15 starts on Thursday. Wow, some of these numbers are interesting, Sam. Big movements, favorites flipping. I want to go over those, and I think it's understandable on some of them. We're laughing about this tryout today. Phillip Rivers, 44-year-old Phillip Rivers, trying out for the Indianapolis Colts because they don't have anybody that can play quarterback unless they go to Ripon, pull him up from the practice squad. Even then, you still need a couple guys. Now, chances are Riley Leonard's going to deal with his knee soreness. He's going to be out there. Took a look at the look ahead. Colts, who they playing this week? Who we got?
Seattle.
Okay, Colts, Seattle. With Daniel Jones, pre-injury, what do you think the look ahead was?
Only because I looked.
Okay.
I know the answer. 3.5.
Okay. 10-point move?
Mm-hmm.
A 10-point move from the line that was posted a week ago to where we are today. This is 13.5. Seattle, your favorite. Any part of you say, overreaction. Not only is it an overreaction, but there's value on the other side. I have to bet Indy.
No, not yet. And let's also remember that when they reopened the game on Sunday night in Vegas, it was 10. So it's floated off the 10. Westgate opened 10 at 7:01 p.m. Eastern on December 7th. So Sunday night. From 10 to 10.5 to 11 to 12.5 to 13 to 13.5. If we get to 14, man, it's a bet for sure. Give me 14, I'm in. But they might get pounded. If they're trotting Phillip Rivers out there, I need at least 14.
What was the game? Was it 2 weeks ago? Yeah, wasn't that the Brosmer game? He had all those interceptions. Whatever his name is, Brosmer. 26-0. It has the feel of that, right? Where they just do nothing offensively the entire game. Or you just hand it off to Taylor like 30 times. Go get destroyed. Even on Sunday, it was 6-6 at halftime, and then Seattle ends up beating Atlanta 37-9. How many points can the Colts
14.
get?
Well, I mean, if you want to do the math real quick, the total has come down too, believe it or not. 46 on the open to 42.5. So they're saying, what, 27-14-ish? I mean, that's their 28-15. That's the projected final score if you're going to have a total of 42.5 and a spread of 13. So I'm going to guess the Indy team total will be about 13.5. That's my guess.
Yeah, no, I mean, when you have a 13.5-point dog, 13-point dog in Tennessee at San Francisco, 11.5 Jets at Jacksonville, 11.5 Vegas at Philly, we're probably going to be on a couple of those dogs. I don't know if Indy's going to be one of them. It's gross, but you know a couple of those are going to cover. Maybe even one of them wins. Like, this is the way of the NFL. And then there's Houston 9.5 against Arizona. The Cardinals stink, but that's another one that's probably going to touch double digits. Some places have it at juice 9.5 already. And Houston's a hot team. People are looking to back. Sunday Night Football, they all saw them. And that's been moving in one direction as well.
Yeah, there's a 10 at Chris, a couple other 10s offshore. So we're on the way. And now you look at BetMGM on Houston, 10.5 minus 115, along with a couple other books. So we are on the way to 10, and I don't think there's going to be a ton of opposition until you touch 10. There will be some bets at 10. I feel good in saying they reopened that one 7.5. So 7 to 9.5, and now 10. That's what happens, though. Houston beats Kansas City on national television, Sunday Night Football. Oh, maybe Houston's going to go to the Super Bowl now. So it all goes in to the equation. The perception, I almost said precipitation. The perception on Houston is through the roof right now. And And that's why you have a number that's gone from 7.5 to almost 10.
Two favorites flipped from the look ahead. New England was favored before not playing. Patriots go on bye. Now they're the underdog. It goes from New England -1.5 last week to Buffalo -1 at New England. And we've got, because of Jaden Daniels' injury, again, it goes from Washington, the favorite. They get embarrassed by the Vikings. And now the Giants are the favorite. Giants favored over Washington. Last time we saw Mariota, he wasn't bad. But my first thought when I was looking at that line early was, I like the Giants. And then the Giants numbers floating to Giants favored. Now it's -2. I'm like, do I really want to lay points with Jackson Dart and company?
Nah, I'm good. I'll be on Buffalo.
Yeah.
Shocker. At a pick 'em,
Yes.
I can bet pick right now. Yeah, that's something I'll be a part of this weekend for sure.
I'm looking forward to that. I'll be on that too as well. Best games, Burrow as a dog again. Hit his first 2 games back. He's got a ridiculous record when he's an underdog, especially when it's 3 or higher. It's not 3, it's 2.5. They're if it's not betting on Cincinnati, it's probably betting on that team total going up against that Ravens defense. They look pathetic right now.
It's a great teaser. Take Cincy at home, 2.5 up to 8.5.
Yep.
Just find a dance partner, whether it be Denver at home catching 8.5 against Green Bay, whether it's the Rams down to pick them against Detroit. That one won't be popular because people like Detroit and they like to bet on Detroit. Let's see what else. How about Miami on Monday night? I know these unconventional teasers are not popular with the wise guys or whatever, even though Pittsburgh from 5.5 to 11.5 won outright on Sunday, which we talked about on this network. Miami from 3.5 to 9.5 on Monday night with a game totaled at 42. That would be my partner right now. If you were looking for something to tease Cincy with, Cincy plus 8.5, Miami plus 9.5. That would be my early look on Tuesday.
Is teasing the Bears down stupid?
No.
7.5 to 1.5, total of 40. Cleveland defense not as good on the road.
They could lose that game, though. They could.
Sure, they
definitely.
could.
Against that defense, they could lose.
Sure, they could. Chargers, Chiefs. Chargers, short week. And now you're dealing with everything on the line for the Chiefs. This is their last stand. Every game is moving forward.
Oh, we've been saying 3 weeks it's their last stand.
No, but like mathematically, it really is. Like now we're down to probably, I think after the Chargers win, 11% playoff chance. Like there's no room for any error. They have to win out if they want a chance. It doesn't, and that doesn't even guarantee themselves a playoff spot. But laying 4.5, nope, not this guy.
Not me. I haven't laid a Chief bet in a long time, and I'm not going to start now. I don't like laying points with dead teams. Not my thing.
Green Bay at Denver. Broncos as a home dog.
Yep. That'll be popular.
Mm-hmm.
I love that teaser look. 8.5. Woo. Denver at home, 8.5.
Yep. Pretty good. All right. So, I feel like one of your bar conversations is always Lisa Ann, right? Like it comes back to that.
I do throw it out a ton. So
yes, I love
one
it.
of the guys asked, because he was talking about how much he loves the Patriots. And he's like, the Patriots are my 1A. I said, really? He said, yeah, Patriots above anything else, above the Red Sox, above the Bruins, above the Celtics. And then he goes, what's yours? And I go, my what? He's like, what's your list of teams? I'm like, well, for me, it's White Sox 1, Lisa Ann 2, Bulls 3. And everybody just starts laughing. And the one guy goes, why would you say that? I'm like, well, she's my second favorite. And then the other guy says, are you ever going to get her on the podcast? Because I've talked about, getting her on Chicken Dinner. And I was like, Joe and I have tried. Like, damn it, we've tried. And I go, I'm thinking about sending her a DM. So another guy goes, what do you mean sending her a DM? I go, well, she follows me, so it'd be an easy fish in the barrel to just send a DM. She doesn't follow you. Like, how much you want to bet? He ripped out a 20, threw it on the bar. I go, you sure about this? He's like, she doesn't follow you. Easiest 20 I ever made, Joe. Easy.
Let's go. She's a 2-time author. That's why you follow her.
What was the name
She
of the
follows
book?
you.
I can't remember. What was the name of the book?
Is it Living Life to the Fullest? Is that because I'm reading her Twitter bio now? Because she follows me, by the way, too.
It's
she likes
The
us.
Life. The Life
The
was
Life.
the first book. Yep.
Okay. And then she's got this. She's got a second book.
The Life Back.
The Life Back.
I'm a fan, but I would never be reading that book.
Does it have pictures?
I don't know, Joe. We should get her on the show and find out.
Right. Yeah, let's promote it. And she'll send us a copy like, Lisa, I got some time to read coming up on the schedule. So
$20
bucks
right in my hand. Very easy 20. I mean, that
you
was
gave it up?
That was like stealing. Oh yeah. Wait, I'm not giving that back. I almost took it and ripped it in half just to prove a point.
Yeah. Well, you never know. Sometimes people come up after they lose a bet. There are certain people that don't pay up, or they may come up with excuses like, "Oh no, you set me up for that." That's awesome. I love it. Yeah. You want to reach out to her, or let's have Paul do it.
Why don't we give Jake her number? What could go wrong
Jake?
there?
Does she follow you, Jake?
No, Joseph, she does not follow me.
Not
Follows
yet.
us.
I mean, the obvious answer is we have Gertch do it, right?
No, we want you to do it.
Maybe we could talk about her movie list with Felder coming up next.
Okay.
I'm sure he would love to do that. I don't think he would enjoy that at all. We got a lot to talk to Michael Felder about, college football analyst. He's one of our favorites. Want to get his reaction to everything that went down on Sunday and moving forward into this playoff picture. Joe O, Sammy P, Bet Sweats, the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
We're here weekdays, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern Time, BetMGM Network. It is Bet Sweats. Joe O, Sammy P with you. Now we're bringing our buddy Michael Felder, college football analyst at In the Bleachers over on X/Twitter. Michael, welcome to the show. I feel like we've got nothing to talk about, man. Just going on college football. No yelling, no screaming, nothing.
Yeah, no yelling, no screaming. I'll tell you what, though. I will say this. I feel very sane. I did not actually yell or scream. You know what I did? I yelled and screamed at how long they were making the reveal take.
Oh, me too.
I had to laugh when I was on the air during the show, the reveal show. And I'm somebody who's been advocating for Notre Dame, and I was looking to maybe bet some Notre Dame if they were to make the playoff. And I knew it was dead. The pipe dream was dead when the first guest they went to was Nick Saban in an Alabama red coat. I'm like, oh, that's it. I don't need to wait anymore. I already know what's going to happen. And then they brought on Herbie, and it's like, oh, let's get Greg McElroy in here. You could see it coming from a mile away, man.
Oh yeah, dude. And it's honestly like, here's the thing, and I'll like, this is just for me. Like, I'm fine with it, if we're being honest. Like, I just sucks for Notre Dame, absolutely. Obviously, we can talk about them basically skipping out on the bowl game as well. But at the end of the day, like, I am truly just living. I'm living the life, dude. Like, I got bigger fish to fry, baby.
Yeah, we all do, man. So, if you're the college football overlord, let's put you in charge. Do you think anything here needs to be fixed? If so, what is it? Because this conversation, it's not just a Notre Dame conversation. It's a lot of different directions that we could head down. In your perfect world, does this need fixing?
I mean, you can't put the toothpaste back in the tube, because the way that I would fix it would be go backwards so that we can move forwards with like a pretty set calendar. But we've seen Joey McGuire talk about it. We've heard Coach Chesney, who's now the coach at UCLA. My buddy's about to interview him in the next hour for UCLA. Wayne Cook is going to interview Bob Chesney. We've heard, Nick Saban and Kirby Smart talk about it as well. But I think you've got to fix the calendar more than anything. And everybody's already talking about going to 16 teams. People are already talking about that, going to 16 teams. It's been, what has this been, 2 years of this? And they want to go to 16 teams. But you have to fix National Signing Day, because you should not be trying to work on the most important part of your off-field duties, which is recruiting. You should be able to do that during championship weekend. We got to fix the playoff schedule, because they should not be playing in the world. And I think Joey McGuire said it. You should be playing college football in the second semester of that same season. That's never happened, and it shouldn't happen. The playoff schedule, the portal schedule, and then you got to throw in NFL. Do you know what day it is to declare for NFL draft? as an underclassman?
Mm-mm.
It's January 15th. When's the last day? When's the last game for college football?
I think it's the 20th or the 21st, right?
Yeah, 19th
Wow.
or 20th. Yeah. So
Yeah.
you have to declare as an underclassman to go play a football game that's coming up. I think that's important, and also we have to look at working academic calendars, because I think that's another element that we don't talk about nearly enough. And I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I'm not going to blow smoke up your butt and talk about this like student athlete. That's not what I mean. What I mean is you have to be enrolled in school to play football, and most teams want kids in for spring. So you've got to juggle all those different elements, and people so often focus on one thing, signing day, and then they realize, oh, the portal. Okay, so they focus on that thing, and everything happens on these different levels, when instead you have to we should be considering everything in dealing with that.
Who loses by more points? James Madison at Oregon or Tulane at Ole Miss?
Oh, shoo. James Madison at Oregon or Tulane at Ole. I'm going to go, you know what? I think who loses by more points is probably James Madison at Oregon. No. I'm going to go the other way. Let's go, I think, Tulane, Ole Miss. I think there's still a little bit of like that feels a little bit more regional to me, right? Like they have players that have played against each other before. They have players that have played with each other before. With respect to Ole Miss and obviously their next door neighbor, the city of New Orleans, Tulane, and so I'm going to go with that one. I think that one's going to be one where you're going to really push the pedal to the metal. I think I think JMU, one, we know they can score. Two, we know that Oregon, they want to get to the promised land. They want to get to a CFP national championship game, and they know what they've got on the next one is Texas Tech, a team that they're going to have to pull out all the stops. So I think Oregon's just going to take care of business. I think Ole Miss, Tulane, I think one, Ole Miss just lost their coach. Two, I think there's still a little bit of at least regional rivalry to this game.
Of the four teams not playing in the first round, which one is most ripe for an upset when they do get back to action in the quarters?
And it's hard not to say Texas Tech. And I say that because we assume Oregon's going to win. I think Texas Tech this season, I don't think they've played anybody that's quite like this Oregon team. I know they played BYU, and I know BYU is a good football team. I'm not going to say that they're not. I understand that. But I think that the answer is going to be I think Texas Tech is the answer. If I had to pick one of the four, 1 through 4, I think Indiana is hyper-focused. I think Ohio State, they're way more talented than Miami or A&M, although A&M's defense, hey, you know what? I guess if I'm going to go Texas Tech, then Ohio State, because I think A&M's defense is super good. My buddy Roddy Jones tried to talk me into Miami being a dark horse, and I was like, man, I can't. There's no way I can bet on Miami like that. That's crazy. But A&M, to me, I like the way they play defense. Quarterback situation is pretty good, and so I think that Ohio State is probably 2 on that list. And then Indiana, Alabama, or Indiana, Oklahoma, that's a rough game. And Georgia's already beat the wheels off Ole Miss. So I think that I think Georgia, Georgia will win. Indiana should win. Ohio State and Texas Tech could lose.
Quick follow-up on Miami. You said you can't see it with a deep run. I understand it, but is your concern more with the quarterback or the head coach?
Come on, man. 6 in one hand, half dozen in the other. Because I know there's a lot of folks that are I think they just look at the numbers on Carson Beck, and I'm not even talking about yes, he threw for over 3,000 yards, and yes, he has some weapons, and yes, I know he had a 4 interception game, but he's been pretty safe with the football overall over the course of the season. I just don't. He doesn't pass the vibes test for me, man. And I know that's not like an answer, but that's the reality. And then you throw in the crystal ball of it all, and I'm like, yo, this dude. Who do you in a tight game? Let's look at this. Let's look at these teams, right? We got 12 teams.
Mm-hmm.
Who was the coach you trusted the least if your team is down 5 or up 5 with like 3 minutes to play? I've got an answer for you.
I mean, the team you're talking about.
Yeah, the coach
Yeah.
we're talking about, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
So if I can't, I trust Sumrall more. I trust Chesney more. Obviously, I trust Signetti more. I trust Venables more. I trust Kirby more. I trust DeBoer more. Like, I trust McGuire more. I trust every other coach more than I trust that man at the U.
Yeah. So in other words, outside of the 11-12 seed,
Yep.
if you were to branch out to head coach quarterback combination and you're power ranking those 10 teams, they're 10, right? Of ones you trust.
Of the ones I trust, yeah, like to win or that I trust. Because I mean, I
trust. Just trust.
Yeah, I'll put them at 10. Let's put them at 10. We'll take 11, 12 out. Yes, they're 10. They are 10.
Who's won?
Although Ole Miss is interesting though, because I don't know. Can we trust that?
I don't know.
So maybe you know
I'm
what?
curious. Who's won
Move them up
on
to
this
9.
list?
Move Miami up to 9. Move Ole Miss to 10 because we have no idea what's going to happen with them. Who do
And
I
then
trust
who's
the
on top?
most?
Yeah.
Yep. Coach and quarterback.
Signetti Mendoza.
Yeah, I figured. What's
Signetti
after
Mendoza. Kirby and Gunner.
Okay.
And then Moore and Lanning.
No saying.
I mean, that's not a saying problem.
That's a day problem for you. Yeah.
That's a day.
Here's my favorite Ryan Day play, and he does it without fault 3 times a season.
Mm-hmm.
We got the ball at the 1-yard line. Let's put the quarterback in the shotgun and put him at the 6. Like,
I don't get it.
I scream at the TV. I scream at it.
Yeah. Why? If you got 18 inches to go, why would you go back 5 yards to pick up 18 inches?
Yeah.
That's crazy. That's diabolical. It's ridiculous. I don't get it at all. And the biggest thing for me is I understand they won a national championship. Fantastic. He needed that to get the heat off of him. He needed the Michigan win this year to kind of keep the heat off of him. But some of his decisions I don't understand. And I just want to say this out loud. You guys put it on wax. If your quarterback does not squat 600 pounds, please ease it with the tush push. Call a real play. If he does not squat 600 pounds, call a real play. That's just reality. Hand the ball off to a guy that does squat 600 pounds. Your running back. Do anything but that, because we saw it with Texas, who also didn't get into the playoff. We saw it with Ohio State, they're the 2 seed, but you cannot run a quarterback sneak where you're just trying to bully your way into the end zone. You can't run that with a guy that doesn't have like tree trunk legs.
With Michael Felder, a couple more minutes here, talking some college football. Do you have a Heisman vote?
No.
Okay,
there's
so
no
we
way
can talk about it. Well, so we could talk about it. It's good.
Yeah,
it's actually
they
a good
would.
thing.
There's no way they would let me have one. They would be looking at my ballot crazy.
Bro, there are so many people that have them that shouldn't have them, but that's another conversation. Where would your ballot go? All right. So how would you fill that out? We know the 4 guys that are going to New York. We know the top 4 vote getters. No surprises there. The order might surprise some people, but what would you do with your ballot?
I mean, if it was me, my ballot?
Yeah.
My own?
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking at Ahmad Hardy from Mizzou, running back. Had a crazy year. Go ahead and throw in my man. What's his name? The kid from UConn had over 100 catches.
They're taking your ballot away immediately.
Yeah, dude, that's what I'm saying. They're not gonna let me. They can't let me in the building because I'm gonna go crazy.
Yeah.
But no, realistically, I think Mendoza's going to be the winner. I'm excited for him too. I love the way he talks about football, and he's the odds-on favorite if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
And he's really, really good. And the thing that I love is the way that, again, like I said, the way he talks about football. Somebody asked him, he got beat up a little bit in that Penn State game where they won on one of the final plays, and they asked him about getting hit, and he said, "Hey man, I don't get to like complain. I see what my teammates go through every single day in practice, and then what they go through every single game, every play they get hit, every play they get knocked down, every play they have to get back up. I get hit a couple times a game. It's on me to get back up and keep going." And I think I respect that out of a quarterback, to recognize that there's like football players and then there's quarterbacks, and they're a completely different position, and him understanding that goes a long way. And I do think that when he wins this award, this is gonna be like not the culmination or coronation, excuse me, of their season, because they still have unfinished business in terms of trying to win a national championship. But they will. I think this is going to be a chance for him to raise up his entire team, and I think he's the type of player that does that.
Yeah, that'll be interesting. Yeah, I'll be watching it. Maybe not the most exciting Heisman race throughout the year.
Are you going to be watching it for real?
Yeah, because I think I'm going to bet somebody else.
Yeah, but you can get those. You can get those results on your phone immediately.
I know. I'll watch it. What, dude? What else is on Saturday?
It's Saturday, man. I'll probably put a movie on it. Have a bottle of red wine.
Sam, tell him what you were watching on Sunday night.
The Diddy documentary.
Oh, my wife's watching that too. My wife's watching it too.
50 killed it, bro. Killed it.
I was gonna say the 50 Cent stuff that I see on Instagram has been very compelling, but not compelling enough for me to turn it on.
Michael, let's talk in depth about these games next week. All right.
Yeah, dude, looking forward to it. Like that's what I love to do, is like actually like I can't wait to like dig into these teams and talk some ball.
Michael Felder at In the Bleachers on X. Make sure you check him out there. Joe O, Sammy P, you got Bet Sweats, BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
Oh, man. Joe O, Sammy P, Bet Sweats, BetMGM Network. Will Brinson will drop by 11 a.m. Eastern. Looking forward to that conversation. We touched on the Heisman there at the end of our conversation with Michael Felder. We'll get to that in about 20 minutes. Should be a fun one. All right. Let's go NFC playoff picture. Let's talk about it here. You've got the Rams as the one with a 10-3 record. The Packers 9-3-1. So with that Bears-Packers flip, like a lot changed. The Bears were the 1 seed last week, and this week they're sitting at the 7 seed because of that one result. That's where we are in the calendar. One game changes so much. Philly, a team that nobody likes, nobody trusts. They're 8-5, 3rd seed. 3rd best division winner. The 4th best division winner, Tampa. They suck. They lost to New Orleans. God, if you've been watching this team over the last 6 weeks, I don't know how you have any confidence in them. Oh, but guess what? They would play Seattle. Seattle on the road, who's awesome on the road at Tampa Bay. Oh, that'd be an interesting number. San Francisco, Chicago, last 2 wildcard spots with 9-4 records in the NFC. Right now, Detroit on the outside looking in. So, in the AFC, we might have our teams. We'll talk about that, our 7 teams. NFC-wise, there could be a bunch of changes. There could be Carolina and Tampa flipping. Probably only one team makes it out of the NFC South. Is it going to be Tampa or Carolina? I don't know. They still have to play twice. You could have Detroit sneaking in. They're 1 game behind both Chicago and San Francisco. They do play the Bears, the Lions do, in the final week of the year. Cowboys probably out with a record of 6-1. But, Sam, we were talking about it earlier. There's a lack of teams we trust in the NFC. And a whole lot could change, whether it's division or just how this picture looks.
I was doing the math on a Seattle-Tampa line because I was intrigued to see what I would have. So Seattle over Tampa on a neutral would be 8 for me. And then you add in the home field, let's call it 2.5, give or take. We're at Seattle minus 5.5 at Tampa. And honestly, that might be light. I think guys would lay 5.5, 6. So I'm curious if that is the matchup. What's the first number that we see? Seattle at Tampa. Obviously, Seahawks are going to be favored, and it's not 3. It's much higher than 3. But is it 5? Is it 5.5? Is it 6? Is it 7? I don't know. I mean, it would depend on how Seattle finishes, obviously, and if Tampa stumbles in. But I guess, gun to my head, if you made me open it, I'd go either 5.5 or 6 on that line at Tampa.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I'm not interested in taking Tampa right now. They look terrible. And then we saw it, and people were shocked. Oh, my God, they're 8.5-point favorites. It closes 7.5. I can't believe it. No, if you've been watching this team at all, they're not the team that we saw in September and October when Baker Mayfield was discussed as a possible MVP candidate. I mean, they're negative 26-point differential. They're worse than the Bears, sitting 7-6. Do you think Carolina, with a 7-6 record themselves, is going to take the division? Obviously, the results of those 2 matchups is going to possibly decide it, but I mean, chances are they end up splitting, so maybe not. If you look at the odds right now, Tampa Bay's a heavy favorite. They're $3 at least.
That's a lot. I would bet Carolina before I'd bet Tampa for sure. I'm not laying $3 on a Baker Mayfield offense without a bunch of weapons, and the offensive line is just battered with injuries. Wirfs is hurt again. I'm not laying 300 on Tampa. That ain't happening.
No chance. Nope. That's, you could look at this and say, oh man, that sucks for Seattle. If it's Seattle in the 5 seed, it could be the Rams. The Seattle Seahawks could win that division. They're the same record as the Rams. You could flip them and put them at 5. Whoever's in that 5 spot for not getting the bye, what a great spot. Going to Tampa Bay, visiting the worst division winner. And it's the same situation in the AFC. If it's Pittsburgh, if it's Baltimore, visiting the worst division winner, that's not bad at all.
These other markets too, NFC North, Packers minus 250, that seems light. I mean, do you really want to bet the Bears at plus 310? I don't. So I would consider, let's do a Packers click and a Panthers click. That is a parlay of almost 4-1. Panthers win the South. Packers win the North. Plus 386. I'm intrigued by that.
So, if you look at this Packers schedule, I do want to just bring this up. If you want to eliminate Detroit, totally understand. They're not even in the playoff picture right now.
They're
the
8-1.
Packers. What's that?
Detroit's 8-1 to win the North.
Right, exactly. At Denver, at Chicago, at Minnesota to end it. Their home game is Baltimore. So do you think the Packers are going to win the game at Soldier Field?
I just expect the Bears to crumble. That's what I expect.
Okay.
I mean, people don't want to hear that, but the Bears have lost 30 of the last 36 meetings. I know the Bears are better, but I still don't think the Bears are good. I think they're getting better. They have a good coaching staff. No, I don't trust Caleb Williams to win an important game. I'm sorry. Sue me for that. I'll go to war with anybody from Chicago on that. Okay, he's a good young player. In a game that he must win, ain't getting a cent from me on that side. Ain't happening.
Understood. Prove it to me first. Totally get it. They have Cleveland. The Bears. The argument there is they have 3 home games, 1 road game, and they've got a game they're favored by more than a touchdown this weekend. So that would be the argument. And then Packers have a tough road game. Broncos as a home dog. So, yeah, I'm not going to take the Packers because I think they could easily end up losing this division. But to your point about the Bears, certainly understand where you're coming from there. It's going to be Philadelphia. It's going to be. San Francisco's going to be in. So which team is out? Is it Detroit?
If Detroit loses this week, and the math obviously says that they will because they're a 6-point dog, Detroit is now 8-6. And let's assume Chicago wins, beats Cleveland as a 7-point favorite. Now the 7 seed Chicago is 10-4, and Detroit is 8-6. It's not good math. You basically have to win out, right? Including, a game against Chicago, in Chicago, where Jared Goff has never been good in the cold. We make fun of him all the time. Not ideal, man. That's the last game of the year. You could get a snow game. Jared Goff and that offense outside. Yep.
So that will be what, like after the New Year's?
Yeah, it'll be the last game of the year. So that'd be January, well, they could flex it. It's either the 3rd or the 4th.
That might be the Sunday night game. That might be the last game of the year.
Wow.
Right?
Yeah.
Sunday night. Jared Goff in the cold there. Yeah, that wouldn't be a good spot for him. But they could be on the outside look. That would suck, man. That would really suck for them. But yeah, it's possible.
Yeah, it would.
One of these teams is gonna get screwed. One of them. It's gonna be San Fran, Chicago, or Detroit. There's gonna be a 10-win team that's good that's not in.
Bears play both. Bears play San Fran and Detroit. They literally control their destiny. If you split with those two, you probably get in. Let me go back to the drawing board here. So you don't like the Packers bet? Fine, let's take that out. How about a Panthers South bet and a Seahawks West bet parlayed together? That's almost 9-1.
The Seahawks have the second toughest remaining schedule. Right? Yes. Winning percentage 654. Top 3 toughest: Indy 1, Seattle 2, Denver 3. So that's why you're getting a little bit of value. What's that Seattle number again?
Plus 185. But if you hook it with Carolina plus 240, you get almost 9-1.
Okay. They're beating the Colts this week. It's going to be decided week 16, right? Seahawks, Rams in Seattle.
And if Seattle wins, we're not going to get 9-1 on that bet anymore. But Carolina I
I like it.
Carolina would be the bet. If you're looking for a non-playoff team to crash the party, that would be my first answer. Carolina plus 250, give or take.
So your thought on the Bears and your opinion there. What about the Bears to miss? Plus 165 at BetMGM.
No, I don't want to go that far because you have winnable games on the schedule. I just don't trust Caleb against the Packers. I feel like, that pressure, Parsons probably plays better. I texted you Sunday. I'm like, where's Micah Parsons at? And you said he's being held. Which is very funny. I mean, he was getting held all game, but that's the way it goes sometimes. Chicago's schedule, I mean, you got to win 2 games. You win 11, you're likely going to make it. Crazy to say that. I mean, but that's where you're at. So you got 4 left. Cleveland should win. Green Bay could win. At San Fran, I don't like them in that game. And then you're home in the snow potentially against Detroit. You win 2 out of 4, you're in. So I'm not going to short that. I don't trust Caleb Williams against the Packers. I don't.
You've taken your stand on the Buffalo Bills. It's a strong stance. You have not wavered since the summer. What about the NFC representation here? Who's going to represent the NFC in the Super Bowl? Who do you trust? You were asking me who I trust. It's a short list. Who do you trust?
Well, the easy answer would be Detroit, or not Detroit. I'm sorry. I'm looking at Detroit right now. The easy answer would be the Rams. But I mean, I hate changing my prediction mid-season. Some like to do it. Some thrive off of that. I'm
doing weekly.
I got a buddy back home who every year the March Madness bracket comes out and he fills out 9 brackets. And I'm like, you're an idiot. Like, stop. I fill out 1 bracket. I pick 1 Super Bowl team. Call me old fashioned. So, before the year, I had Buffalo beating San Francisco. If you want to give me a mulligan on San Francisco, I could pick somebody else. But I mean, I'm not changing like my take. Like my take was Buffalo beats San Francisco. And I'll tell you what, man, if that Niners team had any warm bodies on defense, we'd be talking about them to win the whole thing. We would.
Well, that's the whole thing. Like, I don't think that's a coward's way out. Like, if they had Bosa and Warner, this is a different conversation. We're talking about them in that conversation for winning the West. And
we're talking about number 1 seed. If they're healthy on defense, they're winning the conference, maybe like the best seed.
Well, as it is, I don't think they're in a bad situation anyways. San Francisco at Philly right now. Who are you taking to win that game?
Where's it at?
At Philly, which might be a bad thing.
Philly. Yeah, that's right. They could turn on the team, no doubt. Start calling from with the playoff rabbit or whatever, or what is it? Positivity rabbit. Sorry.
They want Tanner McKee to play.
That's the thing that makes me the most upset, that I was right size, wrong shape. I mean, San Francisco, my handicap there was Shanahan will handle the offense, Saleh will handle the defense. And they have paired together masterfully yet again, as they did, many years ago when they went to a Super Bowl together. That was my handicap. I did not see 4 starters on defense hitting the IR. You mentioned Warner and Bosa. How about Mikael Williams and Gross Matos on the D line?
Yep.
So they're crushed by injuries, but they're still 9-4. So that's my biggest complaint about this season. We could complain about a lot of things. My biggest complaint is that San Fran's defense is just not healthy. And if they were, we'd be talking about them as one of the top tier teams in the league.
With Paul, I took a shot on the lines last week before the Thursday game. So you know where I'm going to be? I'm going to be rooting for the Bears to miss for my bet, because that's the only way in. Seattle, San Francisco, Chicago are your 3 wildcard spots right now, and the Lions play the Bears. So that's probably where I'm going to be. Last week of the season, the winner makes the playoffs. That's likely the scenario.
Wow. It would never be us rooting against the Bears, huh? Never.
I can't wait. Maybe you're going to
good, better, best. Never let it rest. Shut up.
I'm still getting a kick out of the hot dog videos that are coming out too, because more and more people are going there, like filming their interaction. and with the fine ladies that work there, the Wiener Circle, dude.
I could.
I got to be careful when the kids are around.
I know we've talked about it on this show. I could watch the Triumph comic insult dog going to Wiener Circle every week for the rest of my life.
They were forcing them to put some tips in when they were collecting their free hot dogs the other day. All right, we're going to talk about the Heisman. Is there a last-minute bet to be made? That's next on Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
All right, we're going to get to some Heisman thoughts here before Saturday's big announcement. Felder's not going to be watching it. He thinks it's ridiculous to be watching it. Felder ain't a gambler. Like, if you have a bet on something, you got to watch it sometimes, if it's a possibility. Sam, I saw the food order just showed up over at the house.
Man, this smell, got the McDonald's breakfast. Oh, it's one of the best smells. I don't even want it anymore. I just wanted to smell it.
I saw the bag. I'm like, is
sausage.
it breakfast or lunch? I was thinking the early lunch.
No, I hit the wire right before. I had a deadline that I had to meet. So I got the sausage, egg, and cheese McMuffins and the hash browns. Those will be demolished during the break. Don't you worry.
Are you a McGriddle guy?
I don't mind them. I just like the McMuffins more. You know, when I was a kid, we used to do the hotcakes. My brother and I would get the hotcakes. McDonald's pancakes when you were a kid, we're talking in the 90s, those hit different.
Yep.
It's much different.
Yeah. Those are excellent. The hash browns are strong too. That's good. I like McGriddle. Oh, they're awful for you, but they're so damn good. Yes. Why
not?
What else
Treat
is
yourself.
What else is good there now? Let's go over the entire McDonald's menu the rest of the show.
I don't eat it as much as I used to, and here's why. I'm not in the car anymore. I don't really go anywhere. That sounds really sad, but when I do, I'm not driving, you know? So when I used to work at Nesson and I was in a pinch for lunch, I'd go to McDonald's. I used to just get a quarter pounder or a double quarter pounder, depending on how filthy I felt that day. You know, the filthier you feel, the more disgusting you eat. That's how I've always felt. So I would get, I'd get a quarter pounder and a large fry and Diet Coke. But I don't go to McDonald's anymore. I haven't done that in, man, maybe 6 months, give or take.
Damn, good discipline there. Sometimes you've got to. Early baseball game, go drop for breakfast, or late baseball game, driving home. All right, where are we going to stop? Of course, the kids are going to pick McDonald's, like of the options. They usually do, unless Culver's is an option, because that will be.
Yeah, I don't have that.
Near the
I
top
don't have
of the
Culver's.
list. No.
Nope.
Where else do they? I mean, we're spoiled. I mean, anything you could think of, we have it. And, multiple Portillos. And I know if you were by me, you'd be dropping by the White Castle, which is a mile from my house all the time. Like, there's just way too many options. It's a problem.
Our examples are much different, though. Like, our examples, you said, like on the way to baseball or on the way back from baseball. Mine is, I did 8 shots of whiskey last night. I need McDonald's. Like, like, our examples are a little bit different. We get there in much different ways.
Now, I'm trying to think. There's another new one that just opened by me. Yeah, and I haven't been there yet. Now, as if there's not enough fast food places by me or places to eat, they just opened up a Jack in the Box a couple miles down the road.
Oh,
I've never had it. Still have never had it in my life. Did you see George's In-N-Out review the other day?
No, what did he give it?
Dude, it's just food hanging from his mouth. It's just
see, I don't. If you're gonna do a food review, don't be a slob. I don't want to see sauce all over your face.
It makes me laugh.
He's a big smack guy, no doubt.
Yeah, 100%.
So actually, hold on. Since you brought George up, one of my favorite segments on this very dying radio program, you were off. I think you were in. I don't know if you were in Myrtle Beach. You were somewhere with the team, and George put up a video that morning, and Kate during the break just started laughing. And she's like, I love when George tells us if he showered or not. And I was like, well, how often do you shower a week? And she's like, every day. And I'm like, that's a lie. And she's like, I know. So we had this debate. How often do you shower? Every week. And I think I was at 5 or 6. And I said, everybody also lies about how much they shower. And we got a lot of traction on that, and people were sending in tweets and DMs and all that. And it all came from George telling us, all right, guys, showered today. Hair looks great. And I was like, he's showering maybe 3 times a week. Maybe.
Twice. I was going to, the number's 2.5.
I'd take the over, but I'd sweat that all the way till the end of the week.
Yep. Does Sunday count as the previous week, or is that a new week? Like, you'd be sweating
It
that
depends.
hard.
Well, it depends.
Yeah.
I mean, George is a tout now, so it depends on how you want to shape it. But there have been stretches where, like, he wears the same shirt 2 days in a row. And then there was another stretch where he would wear a shirt, say he'd wear one of the Nautica polos on Tuesday. And then the video on Wednesday would be, all right, guys, just showered, hair looks great, and have the same polo on.
Same shirt.
Like,
doing
you
video.
wore that shirt yesterday, and then you showered and put it back on? Or did he shower in the shirt? These are the things I need to know.
Let me tell you something. A couple weeks from now, I'm going to be wearing the same clothes like 3 straight days. Shower or no shower. Not on video for doing anything. Pissed at the world. Like, leave me alone. Yeah, it's going to be great. Merry Christmas. Happy New Year.
All right, I know you want to do Heisman. I took 8 minutes from you. My apologies.
It's fine. Do you see the athletic poll this morning?
I did not.
All right. New one gets posted. Yesterday, I mentioned quickly on the show that the On3 did their Heisman ballot among their writers. They came up with Diego Pavia as the winner. Athletic poll comes out this morning. They have Mendoza as the winner. But as far as votes, no, it's actually points, I should say. Points, Mendoza 64, Pavia 61. Mendoza 14 first place votes, Pavia 11. Athletic poll is saying, with real voters here, they're saying it's a coin toss. It's a coin flip between Mendoza and Pavia. Sayin was 6 on the list of their straw poll, which I find hilarious. But I'm looking around this morning. I don't know if it's changed in the last couple hours that we've been on the air. The best number that I could find on Pavia was 12-1. Everybody's saying Mendoza won it on Saturday night. Michael Felder thinks Mendoza won it, and he wouldn't vote for him. He was mentioning other guys. He'd go against the grain a little bit, but everybody believes it's like minus 2,000 at BetMGM for Mendoza. But all these straw polls of writers out there that have votes, they're saying it's going to be really close between the two.
Are you going to carry me to a bet? Are we doing it?
I see a 12-1.
Yep.
For something that is likely to be a coin flip, you asked me yesterday. I was hemming and hawing. I wasn't quite sure. And then I see this, and then you start to look at the numbers. Pavia has 1,000 more total yards than Mendoza. 1,000. Obviously, the rushing is the big difference. Total touchdowns, Mendoza has them 38-36. Not much of a difference. Obviously 2, okay, we'll give you a little bit of a check mark, but not a big gap. Accuracy, completion percentage, almost identical. 71.2 versus 72%. Passing yards, Pavia has more. Obviously, rushing yards, that's how you get to the 1,000 more. The Big Ten title game is going to decide things for some voters. But at 12-1, when it's probably going to come down to maybe the last few votes, I think it's worth it. What do you think?
At 12-1, that's where I start. It probably shouldn't be 12-1, but the book that has 12-1 is clearly trying to entice some Pavia money. Any book that's dealing 12 is just inundated with Mendoza money. So
there are a lot of
there's
10s.
No need. Yeah. So, but the 12 is obviously like, hey, come on in, come bet this, because we need to write some money on Diego Pavia. If you're giving me those facts, though, about these straw polls and the way that these pollsters are viewing it, I don't think it's a bad idea to take a little taste at 12-1.
Yeah. Yep.
The question is, are you betting like 50 or 200 not to get into your business, but are we talking, we talking a nice bet or just a little bit?
Yeah, it depends what's nice for you. Am I doing 50? No, I would go more.
Is it a unit? Are you betting a unit? And you don't have to tell us how much your unit is, obviously, but are you going a unit or a half unit?
I was thinking a couple.
Oh, okay. All right.
I'm sick of I was getting annoyed the other day. Get these Heisman losers out of my accounts. I can't wait for a couple of them. The Mateer one, I looked at I'm like, oh, you son of a bitch.
Yeah, man.
Get out of the account already. I know. Yeah.
I got multiple in several accounts. I got the Carson Becks and the Ty Simpsons. And I go back to, remember when Alabama beat Georgia? Week 3 or week 4. Can't remember exactly what week it was. Beck and Simpson were co-favored. And I'm like, man, I'm good at my job. Maybe not.
Yeah. I mean, you were right as far as number-wise and value at the time. And then you've got Beck, a top 2 favorite. You're like, yes, I got this 37. Then you got Simpson, a top 2 favorite. All right, I got this monster number. The idea was right. They just didn't finish the season for you. That's what happened.
I'm looking at a bet right now. Ty Simpson, 500 to win 10,000. Man, that'd be nice. That'd be nice about now.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. Never know. We knew it was going to be a quarterback. It's going to be a quarterback, just which one. And it looks like it's going to be a close vote. That's why as long as we got nothing going on, that's why I'll probably be watching live, because I'll be on pins and needles, because I think it's going to be a really close vote. Last year's vote was was closer than people realize, too.
Yeah, it didn't match the price of Hunter being minus 2,000 or whatever.
Yep. It's going to be fascinating. Interesting. Another hour to go. Joe O, Sammy P, our buddy Will Brinson is going to drop by. Let's talk about these playoff pictures with him and the upcoming card in the National Football League. This is the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Another hour to go. Joe O, Sammy P with you. We start off the show talking about that horrendous Monday Night Football game that we all watched. Maybe we'll go back to that a little bit with our buddy Will Brinson of CBS Sports. Will, does Lisa Ann follow you on Twitter? Okay.
How do you not know?
So,
Maybe.
You would not know if she did?
I don't know what's a crazier response. I don't know or maybe.
I don't know, maybe. I don't know. I'm always surprised by who does and doesn't follow me on Twitter. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Like
I won $20 last
like,
night.
Okay. Congrats.
Thank you.
5-0 in the Circa Millions to start the new segment. Thanks to the Chargers covering. So I love it.
Nobody likes to show off.
Yeah. I want my name.
What
on
else
that
did
tweet,
you have?
Circa.
Yeah, you're in first place.
Yeah, in the segment. Texans, Chargers, Rams, Packers, which is also a major sweat too. Then the Jaguars, which was chalky but not sweaty. Wrong team favored in that game. Because you know why? Because the Colts had Riley Leonard and not Phillip Rivers. That's why.
Yeah, that's what I was about to ask you. Are you busy this weekend? Can you play quarterback for Indy?
I mean, Phillip Rivers and I mean, if I had graduated on time, would have graduated in the same year. So I mean, I was at NC State when he was there. It's pretty wild. He's a literal grandfather. He had kids at NC State when he was in college, like multiple kids when he was a college quarterback, and he's a 44-year-old grandfather, which is pretty crazy too. And I think there are worse options out there. Like, you're not asking Phillip Rivers to come in. If you're the Colts and you're Shane Steichen, you're trying to run the football, trying to play defense. You're having him bang some slants to Michael Pittman. Like, I'd rather have Phillip Rivers and Riley Leonard. Shane Steichen was his quarterback's coach in San Diego. Like, he knows the offense.
I was thinking 7 kids. I was shorting him.
No, it's like a dozen. He has 10 kids. Yeah. His youngest son is 6 months older than his oldest grandson.
Oh my God! No wonder he's going back to the NFL or trying to at least.
Right.
Get me the hell out of here. Okay, so
yeah.
I just find it fascinating. I don't know what the hell it's going to look at. We take our shots at Aaron Rodgers, how old he looks. He looked pretty good this weekend. From the look ahead, we have a 10-point move on that game. Seattle-Indy. It was 3.5 last week. Right now it's 13.5. Who's going to be quarterback? I don't know. Maybe Leonard plays through the knee soreness. They say it's not going to be Anthony Richardson either. Maybe it's a Rippon that they take off the practice squad. Is an adjustment of 10 too much? Like, we talk about 7-point moves going to backups from elite quarterbacks, that being pretty big. And now we're talking about 10.
Yeah, I don't think it's too much. And I think I like Seattle at 13.5. Get them before it crosses 14 because I think it will. Like, the Colts are a good team, but I mean, you're talking about like Riley Leonard might not be able to go. I mean, like Riley Leonard with a bad knee. I don't think there's any possible way you can really put Rivers out there. Like, you can be in great shape as a 44-year-old dad who coaches high school football and is a former professional athlete, and you're still not going to be in like NFL game shape to go into Seattle and play one of the 5 best defenses in football. Like that's borderline like whatever I'm sure there's an appropriate phrase for like wanting self-harm. Like enjoying self-harm, right? Like, I mean, that's whatever it is, that's it. It's like, I don't know what the actual term is. But like I said, I didn't graduate in 4 years. I think that it's like Seattle's defense is so. I would have liked the Seahawks minus 3.5 against a healthy-ish Daniel Jones. And by the way, like, maybe don't play the quarterback when he's got a fractured fibula, and he's probably bound to hurt himself in other ways. I would have liked the Seahawks anyway because that defense is so good, and just the way that the Colts are trending offensively. They've been front runners all year long, and they're just not a team that can play very well from behind, I don't think. And so Seattle is a team that can come out hot, light you up with the play action that Darnold is so good at, and just clamp you down on defense. I just think it's just there's no one you're going to get in that building in the next 4 days that's going to be able to make up the difference between these teams. So, yeah, I like Seattle a lot at 13.5, honestly.
The Bears might win 11 games, and I still don't trust them. Is that fair?
Yeah, I think that's fair. Ben Johnson has done a really good job with we were talking about the Coach of the Year stuff last week. Ben Johnson's, the offense is coming along. I think it's a matter of you kind of feel like, and like the interception at the end by Caleb in that game, it was really more of a great defensive play, I think, than a bad throw. A little more air on it, it's in there, or you hit DJ Moore underneath. Maybe that was there. Like maybe a bad decision, but I don't think it was like a terrible throw. It was a great defensive play, but you do feel like there's just gonna be those moments where at some point it just feels like the Bears are gonna get to the playoffs, and there's gonna be a poopy pants moment for Caleb Williams at some point in a big playoff game, right? Like, and that's natural. That happens to a lot of young quarterbacks. And I think, by the way, that's a sneaky monster storyline for the way this bracket is shaping up, is how much new blood there is in the postseason, and how often we've seen, like granted, Patrick Mahomes, first year starting goes to the AFC Championship game against Brady, like probably an anomaly, right? We've seen guys make deeper runs early in their careers, but usually even for like the guys who win the Super Bowls, there's at least like a getting used to it type of situation. And so like I think with May, with Caleb, there's probably going to be a little bit of that in the postseason.
Yeah, right now we're talking about the top 3 seeds in the AFC are Knicks, May, and Trevor Lawrence. Like, what world are we living in?
And then Nick's
Burrow's out.
And Nick's obviously went last year, right? Yeah, yeah. It really is setting up well for Josh Allen, and then maybe on the other side, Matthew Stafford or Jordan Love, who likes to get streaky hot.
I just keep betting Bills, man. I told Joe, if they actually pull it off, which, long way to go. But if they do, I'll win like 30 racks. Like I bet them last week at 12-1. I bet some 10-1. I bet some 9-1. I've got probably 4 or 5 pops on them at decent numbers. And if you would have told me before the season, man, he wouldn't have to face maybe Burrow, Lamar, or Mahomes, how much would you have bet on that?
Like a house. I don't even think you need to have Burrow and Lamar in there. If you just told me the Chiefs aren't, the Bills don't have to play the Chiefs in the playoffs, like I don't know what I think anything above 5-1, even if like you told me they don't win the division, and you don't even tell me who wins the division, just they don't win the division, but they don't have to play the Chiefs in the playoffs, and they do make it as a wild card. Anything above 5-1, I'm comfortable with it. What's it at right now? It's got to be.
It's 9. The price. I told Joe, I'm like, the price is, despite all of that I just laid out, you get a better number than you could have got in the summer.
Yeah, it is a good reminder, like how different. Because this will happen a lot where you can bet a team. Like I've had Rams futures before, and I don't think I have any. I got to go look at my accounts, but I don't think I have any Rams, which is sad. I should. But like I've had the Rams at like 30-1 before the season, and then they get into the playoffs, and there's just like behemoths on the other side of the bracket, plus like I don't know, like a really good Niners team that wins the division, or like the point being is like you get to the beginning of the postseason, and the numbers you got like that you've basically been like putting in escrow for 4 months or unless it's a real long shot, are usually not that different.
Who's the biggest threat to the Bills in the AFC?
I guess we'll find out Sunday in New England, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, like I think the thing with the Patriots that I mentioned the May stuff and how he's not it doesn't have the playoff experience, and quite frankly, I mean he beat the Bills on Sunday Night Football earlier in the year. It was a huge game, huge stage, played great, coming out party for Drake May. But you go back to college, he didn't win a lot of big games. And I'm not ripping the guy because he's because he went to Carolina. Like he just never beat NC State. Like literally never beat NC State in the rivalry game. I don't think he ever beat Clemson. Lost to Oregon in a bowl. Like just and then you look at this season and like the schedule is so freaking soft. So it's a little hard to tell with the Pats. But then like Vrabel's a great coach, and I wouldn't want to fade him in a big game situation like that. And May is shown to be clutch. So I mean, I guess the Patriots, maybe Phillip Rivers. I don't know. I mean, it's the Bills are in a good spot, I think, just given the way that everything's kind of unfolding.
Do you think the Lions make the playoffs? Yes or no?
I'm going to say no because I think the Rams are going to beat them this week. And
it might come down to Week 18 at Chicago.
That could be
yeah. By the way, Week 18, interesting spot too. I think the Broncos are at the Chiefs. If the Chiefs have a win and get in scenario, just hypothetically, and you're Sean Payton, do you sit your starters if you clinched like a seed?
No,
you play, right? I think you roll him out there. You're like, I don't want this guy in the playoffs. Like you roll him out there and try to beat Mahomes, right?
Yes, have to. You don't want to face that guy.
I think
you got to kill the head of the snake.
Would you rather face?
I think so, yeah. The Texans might be the answer for the Bills, honestly, because they have been Josh Allen's kryptonite, and there's not many teams that are built or capable of slowing down Josh Allen because he's one of the biggest freaks we've ever seen. That defense is so good. And CJ Stroud hasn't had the backup season that he's backed up, I guess, this year. But or it just sort of regressed over the last two maybe. But I do think CJ Stroud is capable of getting white hot. You have an elite receiver in Nico Collins, a really good coach in D'Amico Ryans. I don't know that he is a defensive head coach, and that worries me a little bit. But I think he's a great head coach. That defense could just shut down 3 straight teams, no problem. That wouldn't surprise me at all. I mean, the way they're playing right now.
Sneaky good game on Sunday afternoon. You got the Saints off a win and the Panthers in a role where they never win as a favorite. What do we do?
I think if you're betting it, you probably bet the Panthers under 3. And then if you're I wouldn't want to lay more than 3 with the Panthers. I think that's the problem, right? They're a favorite, but we're just asking them to ostensibly win the game. Having the bye is a huge help, I think. If the Panthers were coming off some big win, and we had the Bryce coaster coming in, I'd be a lot more worried. But I think the Panthers will win this game. Having said that, they've already lost to the Saints, and the Saints just beat the Bucks. So maybe the Saints are maybe the Saints are better than we think. I think the bye is the differentiator here, though. The Saints are running a skeleton crew out there, man.
Yeah. Bucks minus 300's a joke. If you've watched any Tampa last 6 weeks, minus 300, they're going to be playing a couple times down the stretch. That'll be fun. Any other games before we got a couple minutes, a minute left here, Will? Anything else that stands out?
Yeah, I mean, I think maybe I'm an idiot, but that Chargers line doesn't make any sense. Why are the Chargers getting 4.5 from Kansas City the way that Chargers defense is playing? That Chargers defense was hair on fire last night. The Eagles stepped up and I thought played really well in the second half. Harbaugh knows, just like we talked about with Sean Payton in Week 18, you don't wait till the end. You kill the head of the snake right now. Herbert, you heard some of the players talk about it afterwards. They're like, this guy, and Herbert, you see pictures of him on the sideline with that little half-ass mustache, and you're is this guy tough? I mean, he is tough as nails, man. I can't believe he's out there a week after surgery. They got the weapons. Amari Hampton looked really good coming off of injured reserve, and I was surprised how fresh he looked. Kamani Vidal still playing well. The offensive line is obviously a problem, but I don't think there's any world in which the Chargers should be getting more than a field goal against a Chiefs team that has looked just horrendous on offense. And while they, I think the Chargers can play the brand of offense that you need to play to beat the Chiefs defense.
Will Brinson, CBSSports.com. Thank you, Will. Let's talk next week, all right?
All right, guys. Talk to you next week.
Good stuff there from Will Brinson. We'll continue to talk about the playoff picture on the AFC side. Let's get some college hoops as well. Bet Sweats, Joe O, Sammy P, the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Get some college hoops coming up. Thanks for hanging out with us on this Tuesday morning. All out of sorts. I had to think about what day it is. The week 14 just ended. Now we're turning the page to week number 15 in the National Football League. We'll get to that. Okay, so when we've been talking about the AFC today, you're convinced more than ever that it's going to be the Buffalo Bills, and that's the play. And there's value in that number, even though they have the shortest odds coming out of the AFC. They probably should have the shortest odds, even though they're the 6th seed. You understand that they could be the one. There's that possibility before the season's a wrap. Do you think we have the 7? There's a month of football left. Obviously, Denver, New England, Jacksonville at the top. Pittsburgh, your 4th division winner, could be Baltimore. And then the wild cards, you get to 9-4 Chargers, 9-4 Bills, 8-5 Texans. On the outside looking in, you have 8-5 Colts, but they have the toughest remaining schedule. They don't have a quarterback. Phillip Rivers is going there today. 6-7 Baltimore, KC, Miami. Do we have the 7 teams in the AFC?
I don't think so.
You don't?
No. Well, Baltimore, Pittsburgh that's going to decide. I mean, if you remove that, like, let's just slot one AFC North team in the 4, I think we're good. But because you asked about the whole thing, look, Baltimore could easily beat Pittsburgh because they play again. And then I trust them more than I trust Pittsburgh. So that would be the one area that I would try and maybe investigate. So, yeah, I mean, I'm maybe talking myself into some Raven playoff prices. I don't know what the price is. I should know this. I can find it very quickly. Ravens to make is ... plus 185. Ravens, yes. I would entertain that bet because I don't feel good about Pittsburgh. I certainly am not going to lay a price on the Steelers to make, and that's going to be what, minus 185. I'm not laying that. No way.
We were pointing out week 18, Bears, Lions deciding a playoff spot. It could be the same thing here. Week 18, Ravens, Steelers deciding the playoff spot, the 4th playoff spot over on the AFC side and maybe the AFC North. Okay. Steelers have the Dolphins, Ravens at the Bengals this week. Do both win? I don't know about the Steelers.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Lean no.
Steelers at the Lions, Ravens versus the Patriots. Both could lose.
No doubt. Not to take this here, but I did get a text from somebody that I really respect yesterday. And he sent me a slip on the Dolphins to make the playoffs at 100-1.
What are they now?
100-1.
I thought that's something that was made a couple weeks ago.
No, it's a bet he made yesterday.
Wow.
So the path for Miami, I mean, obviously they're under 500. They're 6-7. They play Pittsburgh. That'll be on the 15th. So they're on the bye. Oh, no, that's Monday night. Sorry. Monday Night Football. So obviously you got to win that game. Then you're home against Cincinnati and Tampa. You go 3-0, you're 9-7, and you end the year at New England.
I just don't see the path.
Well,
right now, the last playoffs.
The next 3. That's the path.
Yeah, but you need
beat the
you
Patriots.
need help, though. You need help. Like, what are the Texans doing?
Texans would
What are
have
the
to
Jaguars
go 2-2.
Yeah. In a soft schedule.
Mm-hmm. I'm just saying,
They
just
get
passing that
Vegas.
along. I didn't
Yeah.
bet it, but it's from a guy who definitely wins, and he finds good numbers and buys at the right time. I'm just saying, if they win Monday, that price goes to 50. Then if they win
it's
the
already
second game, that price,
65, 66 is what I'm seeing right now. Like
DraftKings has 100 right here. I'm looking at it.
Oh, do they do?
100-1.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Yeah, it's a good number. It is. They definitely have the best number. BetMGM 66, others like 65, 66 range. he definitely saved his job. They're going to have a respectable record when it's all said and done, but that's because they had an easy second half schedule. And yeah, they very well could win all these.
Jake, I have a bet for you if you're ready.
Always.
Scheffler to win the Masters and Dolphins to make the playoffs.
Oh man.
Moon.
Why won't it let me load the Oh, there we go. All right. Just to play this out. Oh my god, it's 403 to 1.
Watch the Scheffler leg not hit.
I know.
That's the issue.
Oh, you mean just like it did 8 months ago? Like it didn't hit?
Yeah. Exactly.
$100 wins 40,000 on a Scheffler Masters and Dolphins to make the playoffs. Somebody will bet that. I will not. And watch the Dolphins make the playoffs.
Add that to the Bills bets. You cash Bills. This is the retirement plan. We cash Bills Super Bowl, and then we cash that ticket in April. Now you're good.
What's this we nonsense?
Yes.
Yeah. How much do you need to retire? 70,000. Yeah. Just my 30 from the Bills and my 40 from the Dolphins Scheffler parlay. I'm good. Make it last forever.
I'm gonna start betting Bills. 9.
You should.
What's the best number you got? Is this 12. The highest it's been? 12. Okay.
It was 12 on Monday. 8 days ago, Monday. Doing the math there. I'm like, wait a minute. What day is it? Last Monday it was 12 to 1. And then by midweek it was 10. And then it was, I think, 9:50 on Friday. The day I wasn't on the show. It was 9:50. I remember because I rolled out of bed and somebody was like, I'll give you 500. And I was like, ship it. But in the summer, I bet 750. And I also bet a 7 to 1. So I'm getting better numbers than I got in the summer.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. Your idea is right. Do you trust Knicks? Do you trust May? Do you trust Trevor Lawrence? Do you trust this Aaron Rodgers? Do you trust Lamar? Do you trust Herbert without an offensive line? Go down the list. And that's why so many people are landing on Houston right now, because it's Buffalo or probably Houston.
All the Texan people, though, were Chief people a month ago. It's funny how that works. They just morph into different people. They're chameleons. They'll be whatever you want them to be. Oh, well, the Texans beat my Chiefs, so now I'm a Texans guy. And it's fine. I get it. Like, I don't think that's a bad thought process, that the Texans defense is good enough to make the AFC title game. The problem right now is we pull up the AFC playoff standings. They are the 7th seed. So they're going to have to go on the road 3 times in the AFC playoffs just to get to the Super Bowl. We've seen it before, but the quarterbacks are a lot better than CJ. Sorry.
The Texans are 15 to 1. That's the best number you can get. Wasn't long ago. We're talking about them 50. Like a week or two ago, they were 30. And now the number's 15.
Yeah.
You want to jump now? Go ahead.
Femi's got him 16 to 1 to win the South. And that's very live because they're only a game out of Jacksonville right now.
Yeah. Yeah, Jacksonville, they're playing some good ball, man. It's amazing. Back-to-back games, something we rarely see. Trevor Lawrence is looking good. So maybe Liam Cohen just need a little more time with him. Look at how he's playing in the second half.
Yeah, think about it. Think about all the coaches that have come in and made instant impacts. Now, there are some that haven't, Aaron Glenn, but Ben Johnson, Mike Vrabel, Liam Cohen, they've all made a difference because those teams were basically the same last year in a lot of ways.
What about Pete Carroll?
No.
One
Pete
and
Carroll,
done,
no.
I think. Yeah, he might be the one and done guy.
Yeah, Bear was talking about that yesterday on the show. He says it's over. He says it's one and done.
Yeah. Certainly seems like it. That's it's going to be fascinating. All right. Now that Philly lost last night, it makes it official. 5 weeks to go because Christmas is its own week. You started with what, like 18,000 entries in Circa Survivor? There's 10 left. 10 left entering week 15. Each one is worth almost $2 million with all of this football left. Now, the good thing for those players is that you have so many double-digit favorites this week. I'd assume all of them have at least one available. But it's amazing. Like they had that many, and there's only 10 left. And big part of that is because of the Thanksgiving week. And we mentioned it at the end of yesterday's show, my high stakes one, that's got 4 left. Chirizi's one of them. I forgot Festivus. That's this Thursday, right?
I'll be joining the boys from New York, from a hotel room in New York. I'll be there. So yeah, you and I we're on together again last year.
They didn't give a time, right?
They did. It's 10:30 Eastern.
Oh, damn.
It's all right. Just put a little hooch in the eggnog. You'll be fine.
Yeah, no, I'll be good. But yeah, like it's crazy that there's only 10 left in the Circa one, which is the biggest one, I think, in the world. And then you've got other ones, 4, like mine have 4 and 7 left. I don't think people are going to be chopping. Like I saw the replies to Circa, chop time. All these people that have comments that aren't even one of the 10. Nobody's chopping. And the biggest reason is because you have so many massive favorites this week.
I would be looking to sell that entry so fast.
Mm-hmm.
Come on in and take it.
Let me see. I'm curious what is being put in a marketplace. Like what kind of a price are they?
700,000 I would take.
You would take 700K?
What are they selling them for? If anybody's selling them,
I'm looking now.
What's the price?
I see a price of 4% for $92,000.
Well, I'm trying to sell the whole thing. So, yeah, you can have the whole thing. Yeah, take it. Go ahead. You can lose it, 90, so I don't have to.
Yeah. Wow. You don't want to live with that?
No, absolutely not.
There's not a lot of people that could buy that could get that kind of scratch together, but I think there might be a group that would, because they would look at it and say, we get in this, we got a 1 in 10, maybe better than a 1 in 10 shot of winning this whole thing. Or, maybe it just splits up like the Grandissimo one did. So each of these are worth just under $2 million, and we get it half off, discount sale at the Panayanovich place. Let's go there. Come on
and get it. Although I will never make it this far in Survivor because I'm famously awful at Survivor. Can you imagine, by the way, if Chirizi binks another rich people pool back to back?
I hope he does.
So do I.
Because I know he's going to tip well. I hope he does. We're going to talk about the Jimmy V Classic going down tonight. Got a couple games. Your Illini playing. We'll get to it right before our leading into our lightning bets. But is there a college hoops player too that you have marked off?
Yeah, I would take 5 with Ohio State. Sorry, Jake. This is a time to go against Illinois, no doubt. And they just pants Tennessee. Now they go to Columbus. I like Illinois more than anybody, but I'm not laying 4.5, 5 on the road. That ain't happening.
It's their first true road game. So if we've gotten this far, and it was their 10th game. Yeah, it's their 10th game, and it's their first true road game there. So that's a lot. That keeps going up. Earlier this morning, I saw 3.5s out there. Now we're getting to 5. People buying it.
That's the Illinois love. That's the Illinois perception. I think the game should be 2.5. So yeah, when we get off the set, I'm going to probably get some 5. These 5s are in Vegas, so I can't obviously bet them from my chair. I'll take 5. What do you think, Jake? What's the final score?
1,000,000 to 0 Illinois.
Okay. Well, that was expected.
Yeah. Appreciate that. Good stuff, Jake. I still see still popping up in the algorithm days after the game. I still see videos of how the Bears are being disrespected with this number of 6.5. Sorry, Jake. They got to remove that. I mean, come on. We got the result in hand. No,
that's above my pay grade. I don't know what you want from me.
I know. Is it?
Just send a text. That's how it's done. You send a text, they just take it down.
Exactly. Joe O, Sammy P. Couple other college games worth discussing. We'll get to that on the other side, along with our lightning bets. This is Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Yeah, so that's just Illinois, Ohio State tonight. A couple other games worth taking a look at. You got the Jimmy V Classic, Madison Square Garden. Don't give up. Don't ever give up. Clemson, BYU, and Florida, UConn going at it tonight. Let's take a look, see if there's any movement in this Clemson BYU number, Sammy. That feels like it's a lot of points going down with Clemson and BYU. Okay, it's going down a little bit, so Clemson getting a little bit of love. 6.5. 6.5 BYU, your favorite. I saw it 7.5. A little bit ago on a neutral court there. Clemson, couple losses on the year, both of those the road games, but close games, competitive games. That was a close loss against Alabama. Do you have anything for Clemson BYU?
No, but I like the night game. I'm going to lay some 4 with UConn. That number opened 4.5, got bet up to 5.5. And it's been bet back. A lot of 4.5 in the market, but I could lay a 4 at a couple places. And I like UConn at a small number. You're getting the Florida tax because Florida just won the title. People still think, oh, Florida, cut down nets. Florida, really good. And Florida is a really good team. But this is UConn's home away from home at the Garden. So I think laying 4 with UConn is good. And I also mentioned last segment, I'm going to take the points with Ohio State. I could take 5. With the home dog, the Buckeyes.
Neither Florida nor UConn are covering the numbers so far this year. Gators 2-6 against the spread. UConn 3-6. To your point about a Florida tax, also last week, remember a lot of people were watching that game against Duke and they almost won. So a 1-point loss against Duke. They've got a couple of close losses. Arizona as well. Both teams actually lost to Arizona here. So, there's definitely a bit of a Florida tax, but UConn, this could be their 4th top 20 win already. And this has been a really strong start, I think, as opposed to what a lot of people are expecting. They're expected to come out of this game tonight 9-1 with a very tough schedule.
We had Casale on last week, Tom Casale, awesome college hoop head, and he said UConn's the best team in the country. Now, you look at places like KenPom, and they don't have UConn 1. KenPom's got them 7. I think Torvik has them 5th. So they're there. I mean, they're definitely one of the best teams in the country. But Casale said they're his number 1 team right now.
Yeah, and if you take a look at the odds, the question is, where are they? Yeah, were they 5th in the AP poll, UConn? I believe that's
that sounds
the case.
right. Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. That's interesting. Yeah, and you can't sit around and wait. Right now, it looks like the best number you can get is 10-1. Second favorite at some spots. There's 11 out there, but who knows? That might be the shortest that number is all year. I saw this making the rounds yesterday. I want to get your reaction. A lot of people were talking about it. It was, okay, it's the week 6 AP poll. And of the last 21 champions, if you're ranked in the top 12 of the week 6 AP poll, you have your champion. Your champion is somewhere on this list because it's happened the last 21 times. What do you think of that?
Who said that? Eli? That sounds like something Eli would say.
I saw Borzello tweet it out, and, he was referencing, well, John Gassaway's brought this up in the past. He's a numbers guy. A lot of people respect what he has to say. It's so random. Okay, I get it. Week 6. It's like the old KenPom, was it like the 30-30 or 20-20 thing with offensive and defensive efficiency? Yeah, it's just, I don't know. It's dumb. But, I guess the idea is there's probably not going to be a team that comes from the clouds that's sitting 75-1 right now.
Unlikely. The cream always rises in this sport, and you know your list by January. I call them March teams. I like to have my March list kind of finalized by January. Teams I think could win the whole thing. There'll be 7 teams on it, and that's probably a big number because the number's always, a little high perception's high on some of the teams that maybe shouldn't be. And you only get one champ, so to have 7 teams on a list, that seems like a lot. I may, just to piss Jake off, by the way, I may take Ohio State money line tonight.
Oh, damn. Okay. There you go.
Honestly, that doesn't even piss me off. I think you're right. Like, this is a classic Brad Underwood early season letdown spot.
Ohio State's good, too. It's a good team.
First conference game, too.
First real road spot. And like Ohio State, they haven't had a really tough test yet. They beat Northwestern the other day. This is a nice win from them, a close-ish game. Notre Dame, 2. Like the rest of it, their schedule's not been that tough. So we're going to learn about the Buckeyes a little bit here tonight. That'll be a good one. You think this is going to continue to climb? Or
not higher than 5.
Okay.
I don't think so. Holy cow, somebody just blasted Columbia at Stony Brook. Crazy move. 4.5 at one book. Now, that was 3 all morning. That just lit up as I was looking at the screen. Somebody just blasted. They were 3, now 3.5s and 4s and a 4.5. That's not something you see every day. A push on Columbia at Stony Brook. The Illinois number opened at 3. 5, 5.5 tops. But I'm more than content getting on the phone and taking some 5 for sure.
Okay. So you've got Buckeyes for lightning bets. Anything else officially?
Yeah, let's do UConn. Call it 4.5. There's only 1 4, and that's at South Point.
All right. And so you're going with UConn. I will tail you with Ohio State. That makes a lot of sense, and I'm going to be on the other game tonight in New York. I'm going to take the dog. I wish I was still getting the 7.5 like we were earlier this morning. But it's 6.5 everywhere. I'm going to take Clemson in that spot. I think they battle. Keep it a close one on a neutral site. Jake, are you doing anything in that one? Are you really going to lay it with the Illini?
No, I'm not. I think I've come full circle. I think Illinois loses tonight. This is a classic early season, like first conference game. Like year after year, Brad Underwood drops one of these early season conference games on the road too. I think Sam's right. After you pants Tennessee too, just classic letdown spot here. So I'm still gonna watch and I'm still gonna scream at my TV and probably be really upset. But I can totally see them losing this game. Elsewhere though, Edwin Diaz to the Dodgers, official 3-year deal. So anyone want to just start betting Dodgers futures now?
God, yeah, they needed him.
Sport's a problem. It's a problem. Watch them get Kyle Tucker now.
A lot of Kyle Tucker to the Orioles smoke. I don't know.
I mean, my reaction to that is have fun. I watched that whole season. Was unimpressed. I mean, Jake, there will be people screaming, oh, the Cubs are cheap when he signs somewhere else. But I also look at it and say, I wouldn't pay him. Would you?
I mean, the last 2 years he's been playing on broken shins, and it has not worked out. So, yeah, I mean, somebody will throw the bag at him, but there's other free agents to sign. Go sign Bregman. Go sign Zach Gallen. Well, according to Bob Nightingale, they already did, but apparently not.
I wish somebody would throw the bag at us.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
Be nice.
Speaking of, we have a new review. Would you like me to read?
Please.
Title of the review, Odyssey, that's a bold strategy. 5 stars. And the subject, canceling your best show takes either a lot of guts or low IQ. I found something in Joe O and Sammy P I lost when Ken Barkley left the network. Now I feel like I'm losing a smart and hilarious friend all over again. All the best, boys. You've come too far to turn back now. From Reg Bow.
Thank you, Reg. Appreciate the kind words. By the way, we talked about this good deal in the middle of the show during our Heisman conversation. Those 12s are fading away. The spot where we saw a 12 is now a plus 950 on Pavia to win the Heisman.
Was that you? Did you do that?
I don't think I did that. I think that was the Bet Sweats Army, no?
You did something. You started a revolution.
Nah, I don't know. I think that athletic poll is getting around, and people are like, wait a second. It's going to be yeah, I see Mendoza's the winner. Most people are going to say that Mendoza's going to be your winner. And then there are others stepping out. I should check RG3, see what his prediction is. But, yeah, it's going to be close. It's going to be close, and that's the whole idea. That if it's really that close, that maybe it's worth a bet, at least at that number of around 10-1.
Every time you say RG3, I think about that picture you sent me a couple weeks ago of him and Benetti in the booth wearing the cowboy hats.
Yep.
Classic.
He didn't really, doesn't look like he took a stance. He just reacted to, here's the top 3. Top 4, who do you guys think should be there?
Wait, why are you doing Benetti voice on RG3?
Now they're like connected, and I hate it. Who do you hate more?
I plead the fifth.
I think the answer is JB.
I was actually going to say, you don't even want to know what I was going to say. I'll tell you during the break of the first name that I was about to spit out. But if I said that, it's over. Like, I wish I could say it, but I can't. I definitely can't.
Yeah, not right now. Probably a bad idea.
I'll say it to you in 60 seconds.
Okay. I'm looking forward to that conversation. Very good. All right. We're going to be back tomorrow. I think Paul's going to be here. I don't know. He was out today. He's got stuff to do. So maybe he'll be back tomorrow. We'll see. In fact, I know he's going to be back tomorrow because I know about that meeting he's got. Big meeting.
Oh, I love meeting season. Meeting season's the best.
Or the worst. Whatever you want to say. Let's knock them all out before the holidays. Fun times. Let's have those uncomfortable conversations.
Merry Christmas.
All right. This has been Bet Sweats for this Tuesday. 8 more to go, guys. We'll be back tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. Eastern, right here on the BetMGM Network.
Thanks for listening to Bet Sweats. If you missed anything on today's show, make sure to listen back on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.